depend on you. Guess I misunderstood your view or deny the answers that we seek. But I am tired of turning the other cheek. I do not offend, not offended by him, your Christ, your Savior, but by your church sin and all it's come to represent. They said, undress, confess, repent, but that's just a way to circumvent the truth again. Yet 100 million already gone, and still it continues on, and that's just human body count, does not account for Earth. Birth is how we people survive here, 60% under 25 years, and you'd better believe that we're growing up strong. Our grandchildren will know long after we're gone that our bodies are drum and our spirit is song. Yes, our bodies are drum and our spirit is song. The vibration is life and goes on and on and on. Our bodies are drum and our spirit is song. So tell your stories, his stories, to someone else. Save your words to save the souls of yourselves. We cannot be perverted, diverted, converted, or blessed. We will find our truth when sun sets in the west, and the great mystery reveals herself to me. I'll plant my wishes on stars and my hopes in the sea, like salmon to river where...
Thank you. I guess maybe Jeff at the back. Thank you so much. I'm welcoming you to please come inside the room and take slowly but surely your seat, because we will reconvene the assembly in 1 minute. Bonjour, bon après-midi. J'espère que vous avez eu un excellent lunch et le temps de vous dégourdir et avoir les discussions que vous vouliez avoir, parce que nous allons reprendre l'assemblée dans 1 minute et nous allons commencer avec une présentation sur le langage des signes. Alors, je vais introduire cette portion en français. I'm going to now switch in English just to mention you that it is a good moment now to go and get your translation device at the back of the room, or at least the back for me, and maybe the entrance for you. But it is important to take the translation device. If you're not fully bilingual, I invite you to do so if you didn't do it already. So I'm giving you a few seconds, but not sure in a few seconds we'll have more people, but I'm a very positive woman, and I'm pretty sure that the delegation will come soon in the room. And I'm looking at the Zoom right now. Thank you for being there. Don't see many faces, no much camera on, but I'm sure that you are all there present, and I thank you for being there. Just stay tuned a few minutes, few seconds, and we'll reconvene the meeting. Alors, merci pour les gens en ligne d'être présents avec nous, même si vous ne pouvez pas être en personne. C'est les joies de la technologie. Maintenant, on peut tous être ensemble sans avoir à se déplacer nécessairement. Alors, merci d'être là. Je vous reviens dans 1 minute, 1 minute. What is
kind of lit? So yes, not as good.
Just because
fermer les portes de l'Assemblée. Comme ça, on comprendra mieux que l'Assemblée reprend ses travaux. Et c'est le retour du lunch. Alors, on va reprendre les travaux et on va reprendre l'Assemblée là où on était. Alors, j'aimerais vous donner un aperçu des prochaines étapes ou des prochains sujets à l'agenda qui seront traités. La première chose que nous ferons, après que j'aie donné ces mots introductifs, nous allons pouvoir avoir une présentation par Marsha Ireland, qui va nous introduire au langage des signes parce que vous verrez que nous avons une équipe ici présente pour les gens dans la salle et aussi pour les gens en ligne. Alors, on a la possibilité d'avoir de l'interprétation, oui, simultanée en anglais et en français, mais également dans le langage des signes. Alors, on a le ASL, LSQ, qui est pour le Québec, et Oneida aussi. Alors, on va pouvoir avoir une présentation là-dessus. Nous ferons immédiatement après le test d'essai. Et ce test d'essai, c'est une pratique aujourd'hui parce que demain, jour 2, et après-demain, donc le jour 3, nous aurons à faire un test d'essai et c'est ce qui nous permettra d'avoir le quorum, le nombre pour le quorum. C'est grâce au test d'essai, mais pas pour la première journée. Aujourd'hui, c'est un test, c'est vraiment pour se pratiquer parce que le quorum aujourd'hui, dans la première journée, selon les règles, et la charte, c'est établi par les inscriptions, le nombre d'inscriptions à 11 heures, donc 1 heure après qu'on ait commencé l'Assemblée le jour 1. Alors, on va faire le test d'essai ensuite et après, on sera rendu à l'adoption des règles et ensuite l'adoption de l'agenda de l'ordre du jour. Mais aussi, j'ai pensé à une chose, je me suis dit, oui, il me semble qu'on est loin dans la journée puis on n'est pas rendu encore à adopter l'agenda et l'ordre du jour. La raison, c'est que comme l'Assemblée est hybride, donc virtuelle et en personne, on a commencé à 10h07, alors on commence un peu plus tard. C'est ce qui nous donne l'impression qu'on est avancé dans la journée puis qu'on n'a pas encore adopté notre agenda et notre ordre du jour. Mais ne vous inquiétez pas, tout est sous contrôle, tout est selon les normes habituelles, les conventions de l'APN, et on va s'y rendre. Et d'ailleurs, on finit même un peu plus tard que d'habitude, une rencontre. Comme la rencontre commence à 10h, l'Assemblée commence à 10h, je crois qu'on termine à... What time do we finish? Today we finish around 6, 6 o'clock, approx. 6 heures, pardon. So, thank you for being back. Welcome in the room. Thank you, thank you. Nous allons maintenant... I heard my voice in English, but... OK. Donc, nous allons maintenant commencer la rencontre avec la présentation sur le langage des signes. Donc, l'Assemblée des Premières Nations est vraiment très fière de veiller à créer un environnement sécuritaire, accueillant et accessible pour toutes les personnes de toutes les capacités. Donc, pour le plus de monde possible qui puisse se sentir un peu, comme je pourrais dire, comme à la maison, se sentir inclus dans cette assemblée. Alors, toutes les personnes de toutes les capacités à travers Turtle Island, donc sur l'île de la Tortue. Et c'est en juillet dernier, pour ceux qui s'y trouvaient là, à l'Assemblée générale annuelle en juillet dernier à Vancouver, c'était là le premier moment ou la première fois que dans une assemblée, on a introduit le langage des signes, une présentation vraiment formelle, éducative à la délégation pour apprendre un peu de nos frères, de nos sœurs à travers le pays qui, eux, parlent grâce au langage des signes. Alors, je me permets je pense que je ne me trompe pas si je dis que la majorité ou même quasiment l'unanimité, ou en tout cas, une grande proportion de personnes ont vraiment beaucoup apprécié. C'était vraiment, j'ai vu tous les applaudissements, les sourires, les visages resplendissants des gens dans la délégation, dans l'Assemblée, qui ont vraiment apprécié cette portion-là. Alors, on continue et on va avoir une brève présentation, mais à chaque début de journée. Donc, on en a une aujourd'hui, on en aura une les 2 prochains jours aussi. Et c'est justement dans notre tradition de respecter la diversité de nos nations. Et on est fiers de poursuivre cette initiative-là. Et je vais maintenant, en fait, inviter Marsha Ireland de la nation Oneida. Pendant que Marsha va nous joindre sur le podium, je vais vous donner un petit aperçu de qui est Marsha, que vous avez déjà rencontré. Et quand on était à Vancouver en juillet dernier, c'était sa fille Dominique Ireland qui a donné la présentation. Et maintenant, on accueille Marsha, qui est justement avec nous sur le podium. Alors, Marsha Ireland, elle est de la nation Oneida. Et Marsha est sourde ou malentendante. Elle est mère, elle est grand-mère, elle est arrière-grand-mère aussi. C'est une femme extraordinaire. Et Marsha et son mari, Max Ireland, eux ont développé la langue des signes Oneida. C'est eux qui ont développé ceci. Et ils travaillent très fort pour revitaliser d'autres langues des signes des Premières Nations dans tout le pays, donc sur Turtle Island. Et on est également ravis de vous présenter. On la voit souvent, mais là, on prend le temps aussi de la rencontrer. C'est Debbie Parliament qui se trouve juste ici devant le podium. Donc, Debbie Parliament et son équipe, alors on remercie toute son équipe également qui sont avec nous. C'est l'équipe de American Sign Language, ASL, et la langue des signes québécois, LSQ. Alors, accueillons chaleureusement Marsha, Debbie et son équipe pour une présentation d'environ 5 à 7 minutes. Merci beaucoup.
Yanko. I'm honored to be here on the lands of the Algonquin and the Anishinaabe. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm going to teach all of you some sign language. Sagoli, Sagoli. Always using the left hand. Sagoli, yep. Yanko, Yanko. Yanko. Nigawa. Niguwa. So what I have just shared with you, Niguwa, means we'll see you there. In English, you may say bye, but in Oneida we don't have that. We say we'll see you there, or we'll see you later. Yanko means thank you. Thank you. And Sagoli, that I opened with, Sagoli, meaning hello. Hello. I'll now show you ASL, hello, and an LSQ. The hand is this way, hello, bonjour. So you can see the difference between the signs, LSQ, ASL, and Oneida Sign Language. And our sign languages, our roots or origins come from the Plains Indian Sign Language that was used years ago. Typically you clap and applause, but I cannot hear your applause. So how we deaf people applaud is we shake our hands like this so it becomes a visual applause. Yanko.
Thank you. Chi-miigwech, Marsha, Debbie, and all the team. Merci beaucoup. Et sur ça, je vais maintenant passer la parole à mon collègue Adam, co-chair, qui va poursuivre pour le test d'essai. Merci. But there's not enough people to do the test. We have to.
Miigwech, thank you very much for Tawina and the presentation, the quick sign language lessons. So again, we just learned 3 forms of sign language, the Oneida, I want to say the English and the French, but there actually is terminology for the various
ASL, LSQ.
ASL and
LSQ.
LSQ. Thank you, Wina. So we have a quick lesson, and you're probably aware we do have the sign language translation happening simultaneously throughout the assembly. So at this point, there's a couple of things we'd like to do. We will be doing a test vote. And again, this test vote is sort of a carryover from the virtual world that we were operating under in the last 3 years. To conduct the assemblies, everything was online, and then we gradually started to have hybrid sessions, and then we're coming back to this forum. Of course, this is a hybrid session. We still have a number of chiefs and delegates that are joining virtually on the Zoom platform. There's also an option to do it by phone, but I'm told we don't have anybody joining by phone. So, again, this is a hybrid session, a carryover from the virtual forum. What we do is we do a test vote. Now, just to let you know, tomorrow morning and Thursday morning, we will be doing a test vote first thing, and the number of people that we have registered and participating in the test vote will determine the quorum for that day. For today, the rules that we have followed is 1 hour, and I have to get the numbers. Mine's right there, I hope. So for today, the way we've determined the quorum is 1 hour after the call to order. And again, the call to order was at 10:07 a.m. 1 hour after that, we determine the number that are registered in person and online. And then we determine the quorum. Quorum to conduct business, of course. So the total number of registered delegates that we had at 1 hour after call to order was 251. 50% plus 1 of 251 is 127. So we require 127 as quorum to conduct business and make decisions for today and today only. Starting tomorrow, we will reestablish the number for quorum. Again, of course, for passing resolutions, making decisions is 60% majority, 60% in favor, as long as we have that quorum number identified in the room. So that, I just wanted to clarify that. So what we're going to do right now, because we will be having a number of motions where we may have a vote, but we are looking for consensus, we are going to do a test vote. So the process is when we have a vote, we will read the resolution, we will read the headings, the title, we'll make sure the mover and the seconder are present. Again, the process we will follow for any discussion is microphone 1, microphone 2, we'll go to the Zoom platform, which we will say is microphone 3, and then we will alternate again 1, 2, 3. Even if there's a long lineup at microphone number 2, and there's only 1 or 2 at microphone 1, that is the order we will follow. So you might want to think about that when you're approaching the microphone. If we have 10 people here and 1 or 2 here, you might want to balance that out because we will go in order. That is the process if you would like to speak on the floor or speak to a resolution. That is the order we will be following. Again, a reminder, if you're online, joining by Zoom, hit the raise hand function, and we will see that on the screen here that we're looking at, and we will have you acknowledged, and you can speak. So that is the process. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a test vote. And again, chiefs, you raise your, we need a red lanyard. Chiefs, if you are representing your First Nation, but you are also a proxy for another First Nation, and you have two lanyards, when you vote, if you're voting for both, make sure you raise both. We want to make sure that the count is done properly. So what we will do, the process we follow, we read the resolution. I won't ask for a mover and seconder in this case. I won't ask for any discussion. I will ask the technicians to open the polls on the virtual platform. I will ask, normally what we would do is ask for opposition, abstentions, and then if required, those in favor. For the test vote, do we require those in favor? We do need the number.
The test vote is for online.
Okay, so the test vote is only for online, but I will go ahead and go through that process and ask for those in favor. Because, yeah. Yeah, actually what we will do is we do it here as well, so we'll give you a little bit of exercise. We'll get you to raise your lanyards if you vote in opposition, in favor, or you abstain. And again, a reminder, if you abstain, that does not count to the vote. That just means if you abstain, it's the same as you're out in the hall and we don't acknowledge your vote. So what we're going to do is we have this test vote. Again, a reminder, we're going to do this tomorrow. Tomorrow it's going to be very important because it will establish quorum. So at this point, I'm going to ask the technicians to please put up and open the polls and put up the first, or the test question. And it reads, test question number 1. There it is. Is Brazil still the favorite to win the World Cup? I don't know how many are following the World Cup. Is Brazil still the favorite to win the World Cup? So virtually, there's a yes and a no. So we're doing the count. I see the numbers coming in. We have a number of yes, a number of no. So I'm going to ask in the room, if you're voting yes, please raise your lanyard. Raise your hand. Is Brazil still the favorite to win the World Cup? So we're going to get our team to do a count. It will take a few minutes. Keep your lanyards raised. Again, red lanyards representing chiefs or official proxies. And we're looking online as well. You don't see the results on the screen. And if you're online, please go ahead and vote, yes or no, but in the room, this is a yes. Please keep your lanyards raised. I know your arms will be getting sore. Get some exercise. We've got the count, thank you. You can lower your hands. The virtual poll is still open, vote yes or no. Keep going. We are not closing the results yet. If your response is no, is Brazil still the favorite to win the World Cup? If your response is no, raise your hand. Raise your lanyard. We'll do a quick count. Looks like we have a lot of Brazil fans. Again, a reminder, while we're doing this, tomorrow we will have a test question, and it's very important that we have a total of yes or no. That will determine how many are in the room, and that'll determine the number for quorum. We're just doing a count. Keep your, okay, we're good. You can lower your hands. So we're going to get a quick count. Technicians, if you can close the poll on the Zoom session, please, and give us the numbers. So we're going to do a quick tally. Again, this is going through the process for resolutions and the test vote for tomorrow. So we're just going to do a quick tally, add up the numbers, and we will look to the technical staff for the number. A reminder, this is just a practice session, but tomorrow morning's practice vote, test vote is actually very important. So online, I'm looking virtually. We had, now that we have all the votes taken, we had 7 yeses and 3 noes. So those 10 results will be added to the number that we've gotten on the floor, and that'll give you the number of registrants that we have in the assembly room. You're right after this, right?
After this is the adoption of the, there, we have a motion for the-
So immediately after this, we'll be going through the rules of procedure and then the adoption of the agenda. And again, this is why we're going through this process. What we wanted to do this morning was have the opening comments, the opening protocols, the opening remarks by Ontario Regional Chief Hare, and then, of course, with National Chief Roseanne Archibald providing the opening comments and opening remarks. And then we wanted to have the council updates. So we had the council updates, and now we will start on the procedural, the administrative motions to proceed with this assembly. And then, of course, we will be going into the rules of procedure and the adopting the agenda.
And the quorum for another quorum, the 60%.
Oh, 60%, so 74 is yes, 23 is no. There were 2 abstentions, they didn't raise
So
their
the
hand.
total,
So total is, let me just do the total right now.
I was going to start adding, counting, but we'll have the staff do that. Sometimes when you have so many people look at you, you cannot even add 2 plus 6 together. You get the wrong number. Very basic math, but we want to make sure we have the right number. We will give you the right number. And then, of course, quorum is 50% plus 1 of that number. Again, this is hypothetical. We're going through a process. We've already done this for today.
you're right.
Tomorrow, when we do this, is the real thing.
59 votes.
And the total,
The total out of everyone is 97, 99.
plus online.
Yeah, plus online,
Everything.
99, 109.
Total?
Yep, 109 total.
50% plus 1 is
I
59.
missed those guys, sorry.
So the total voters for the practice test vote is 109. That's including in the room, it's including virtually, and we had a number of abstainers. Again, if you abstain, it's the same as you're out in the hall. It doesn't add to the total. So 50% plus 1 would be 59.
No.
So no.
110, so 50%, 60% of those is,
The motion carried.
yeah.
Oh, that's the... Okay. Do we have the microphone on? Thank you. So we've identified the number. I've got a bunch of different numbers here, but the number is 110 voters. So 50% of 110 would be 55, plus 1 is 56, would be the quorum required to make decisions. So we need 56 to make a decision. We would have a vote, and then in order for the resolution to carry, it would be 60% of the 56 to have a resolution carry. So just explain, that is the process. But of course, we've already identified the quorum for today, and today's numbers were established 1 hour after the call to order. The quorum for today is 127. So, at this point, we had 110. So we will need 17 more, and I know people are just returning from lunch, but we will need 17 more to make decisions. And I do see that since the count was done, we've had a number of delegates return to the room. So again, quorum for today, 127. So thank you very much. That's the process for the test vote. We'll do it again tomorrow morning. This time it counts. But we wanted to make sure we went through that process just to practice virtually, because we will be entering into 2 motions and resolutions for this afternoon. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to co-chair Weena.
Thank you, Adam. Okay, so here we are at the adoption of the rules of procedure. Okay. But first, I don't recall if I mentioned this a bit earlier, but when I presented myself, but I just wanted to give you my professional background. As Adam, I'm also a lawyer, and I'm specialized in Aboriginal law, and I'm also a mediator. And why I mention this, because it's useful to have co-chairs that are legally trained and that are mediator, because in an assembly, our training and experience is often not non-negligible, if I may say. So just wanted to mention this, and of course I cannot say that without mentioning that. Of course, I'm a very, very, very proud advocate since I was very, very young, because my family won Siwi case before the Supreme Court of Canada back in May 1990, a treaty case. So I've always been into the protection, advancing, and defending our rights, and this is why it's such a pleasure and an honor to be here with you. So on that, I will continue, stick to the program. Okay, the rules of procedure, which includes the Schedule A, and we'll go to Schedule A a bit further. Schedule A is for the online voting. So these documents are located in your conference booklet. And we will start first by reviewing the key rules together, just as a refresher. And we have prepared a PowerPoint presentation to do so. So we'll have a visual, like we say, but it can be useful to have a visual when I talk. Maybe, hopefully my accent is okay with you and you're comfortable with me talking in English, because I could switch to French. I'm kidding. Okay, so I'll continue in English, no worry. So we'll have this PowerPoint presentation, and after this presentation, we'll have to adopt a motion to adopt the rules of procedure, and I'll be looking for a mover and a seconder for this. But this is not the time right now. And thank you, technician. They put up the PowerPoint up on the screen. So first, okay. I just want to remind you that as co-chairs, our main responsibility. I acknowledge there is someone at the microphone, number 1. I'm just at the presentation right now, but I guess you're maybe the mover. So microphone number 1, please, if you can open the microphone.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chief King, Kiasagi Anishinaabe, Gulbay First Nation. I didn't get the rules of procedure in our packages, and I believe there was no agendas as well. So are there copies of the rules of procedure going to be available for those that didn't get it? I talked to my colleague beside me. She didn't get it in her package as well. So
thank you, Chief King.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief King, to bring this information up to us. And first, I want to confirm that the agenda, the draft agenda, because it has not been adopted yet, the draft agenda and the rules of procedure and the Schedule A are on the website, are there on the website. But hand copies, I will continue to do the presentation, but in the meantime, I need a confirmation that these documents are available for all registered representatives, chiefs, and proxies. So please need this confirmation coming to me, maybe through Adam, but we'll continue because we have a lot of work to do. So we will continue to present the rules, but I'll be waiting for this confirmation soon. Thank you. Okay, so I was gonna say that as co-chair, our main responsibility is to ensure that the rules that you are about to adopt in a few moments that they are respected throughout the assembly. So these rules are based on the AFN Charter's principles and on our customs and on the customs of the assembly, also the AFN. So I remind you also the teachings of Elder Baudouin this morning when she mentioned the importance of respecting the balance, and everyone here present, either you're here present in person in the room or on Zoom, joining virtually, or if you're joining on the telephone, everyone that is present at the assembly needs respect. And even us on the stage. So we are here, co-chairs, to make sure that the environment here that we create in this assembly is a safe environment, and that we all feel respected, and that we all feel listened, that we can speak when it is time to speak and you have the right to speak, and so to be in a position to speak and to be listened to. So this is very important, and to feel safe here. So we are here for that, and to apply your rules. And yes, I just wanted to make sure that I'm following a bit my notes, and I go out of the notes, and I coming back. So just make sure that I'm not missing anything. So going back to the PowerPoint presentation, let's start with, and I regrouped the rules by topics. So general conduct. First, it talks about just what I just said. So 31, the speaker, chairpersons are the presiding officers for the session and have overall responsibility for the conduct of the session. They must preserve order and decorum throughout the session. 33, every person in attendance at the session must conduct themselves in a manner that is respectful of the honor and decorum of the assembly. So we continue. The next slide. So as you all know, in an assembly of chiefs, it is only the registered representatives, so chiefs and proxies, who have the right to speak and the right to vote. So this is a general rule. And chiefs and proxies, so if you wish to address the assembly, this assembly, there will be 3 ways to do so. And Adam explained this a bit earlier when he did the test vote. So 3 ways to address. For those present in person, you will notice the microphones here. So microphone 1 and microphone 2. And for those joining virtually by Zoom, you have to, it's the same thing as if you were coming to the microphone assembly, but you do raise your hand with the Zoom function. So this will know that you wish to speak, so it populates or generates the speakers list online, and it keeps track of the order of the hand raised. So, and finally, as I mentioned, there's a possibility also to speak and vote on the line, on the telephone line. So going back on the conduct of debate, going back what is in the procedure, the rules of procedure. Rule 15 mentions, for purposes of these rules, only persons registered as a chief or a proxy is a registered representative, as I mentioned. 42, only registered representatives or, with permission of the speaker or chairperson, their designated spokesperson may address the assembly. We continue to the next slide. I don't know why we lost everything. Surprise, surprise. Oh, thank you. Okay. So now, conduct of debate. 43, a person who seeks to address the assembly shall rise and use a microphone when provided. 44, no person shall address the assembly unless first recognized by the speaker, chairpersons. 45, a person must identify themselves and their member, First Nation, before addressing the assembly, usual. Next slide, please. Conduct of debate, we continue this section. 46, a registered representative or at the discretion of the speaker, chairpersons, their designated spokesperson may speak to the issue under debate. So this is an exception to the general rule. So, but if this apply, I continue to read, where a designated spokesperson speaks on behalf of a registered representative, they shall conform to the rules of debate of the assembly, and the registered representative shall forfeit their right to be heard on the same matter. So on the same topic we're discussing, the registered representative loses his right to speak only for this matter. So this is the rule, unless otherwise permitted by the speaker chairperson. So thank you. Next slide, please. So we're only, just to make sure you're all following, we're only reviewing the highlights of the rules of procedure. Of course, we're not reading the whole document together, but I'm pointing out the main important that we need to remember. So conduct of debate, we continue this section. Rule number 47, unless the speaker chairperson indicates otherwise, a registered representative may speak for up to 5 minutes when introducing an issue, and subsequent registered representatives or their designated may speak to the issue for no longer than 3 minutes. So what does that mean? That means that when we open the floor for discussion, the mover will have the opportunity to speak first, and he will have, or she, or this person will have the opportunity to speak for up to 5 minutes to introduce the topic. So the mover has up to 5 minutes. And then the seconder and all other chiefs of proxies that come to the microphone, either virtually or physically, will have no longer than 3 minutes. And we'll have a timer. Unfortunately, we're the only one here on the stage that we see the timer. The timer is there. So the timer is there, and we see. So we will inform you when, and very respectfully, but since we're here to make sure that we're in a safe environment and everyone here feels that that you are respected, we're here for all of you, not just for 1 or 2 persons, so for everyone. So we will ask very respectfully, you have 30 seconds left. If you can please conclude briefly. So this is what we suggest that we're gonna do. Okay, we continue for the next slide. Rule 23. Decision-making process. So a quorum, the first part is, the second part of this article applies to this hybrid session, but we'll read the whole article. So 23, a quorum for a regular annual session or a special session will be a simple majority of registered representatives at the session, as established on day 1 through registration, and on each subsequent day via a count of registered delegates present on the floor of the assembly at 10 a.m. Okay, now we continue. If the session is virtual or a combination of both in-person and virtual, which is the case right now, hybrid, the quorum will be established by a majority of registered representatives at the session on day 1, as established by registration. And on subsequent days, meaning day 2, day 3, the number of registered representatives present on the floor, online, and on the phone determined 1 hour after the commencement of the scheduled start time for the session, or at another time as specified by the speaker. So this is the test vote, but we will see it later on, the test vote. It is described in the Schedule A of the Rules of Procedure. So this describes the quorum, and the quorum is established differently, either it's day 1, day 2, and day 3. Okay, next slide, please. Decision-making process, 48. When entertaining a motion, the speaker shall seek a consensus decision or general agreement by the assembly. Consensus decision here, meaning unanimity, so no opposition. It would be by consensus. If there is an opposition, it's a general agreement. So the motion, let's say, if there is one opposition, the motion is carried, but it's not by consensus. So 49, the speaker chairpersons may ask if anyone opposes the decision. If there is no opposition at all, so if I ask, anyone oppose here? No opposition at all. If this is the case, I continue to read. If there is no opposition, the speaker may declare that the resolution has been adopted by consensus. So no need to count, to go and count each and every one of you that vote in favor if there is no opposition. This is the usual. These rules, it's not new, but just thought it's a good refresh for our memory. So this is 49. We will, next slide, please. It's almost finished. Voting, 52. If at least 60% of the registered representatives in attendance vote in favor of the motion, it shall be carried. So if the total of persons that voted in favor, so for the motion, if the total is 60%, the motion is carried. 53, registered representatives who abstain from the vote will not be counted in calculating the necessary percentage required to carry the motion. So an abstention is not counted, obviously, in the calculation of the vote, the 60%, but we just take notes that there are abstentions. Okay, next slide, next and final slide, thank you. Schedule A, entitled Online Remote Voting Framework. This schedule has been introduced the first time when we had our first full virtual assembly last, in 2020, I think it was, yes, December 2020, the AGA online. And I think the most important article in this schedule is this one. So Roman number 9, quorum will be established with a test vote for all voters each day. The virtual assembly begins through the online telephone voting system through alternate methods as identified by the registration coordinator. So we have our test vote here. And the only other thing, yeah, but, and so I confirm that how we will do the counting. We won't do every time a counting on, but if there is a contentious resolution, if we see that like I cannot count myself the position in the room, I will ask for a count by the distribution team. So if I can count like 1, 2, 3 oppositions, no need to count the in favor after, because this is obvious for obvious reason. The motion, sorry, is carried if there is some opposition, like 1, 2, 3. But if it's not obvious, then we will need a real count on the floor of all in favor and all opposition, and we will also ask for the abstention. So I tried to make it clear as possible as I could. Hopefully it was. I don't see question mark on your eyes, so I think it did the job. But if you have questions, we're always available or clarification. So thank you very much. We will now need to pass a motion for the rules of assembly, and okay, thank you. And do you have a copy? December. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Adam. So, thank you, Chief King. I think Chief King that asked for the, yeah. Okay. So the printings, the hard copies of the rules of procedure will be made available a bit later on this afternoon. They will be, because it's been printing outside, but it will arrive soon. And the other thing I wanted to say, yes, it's available online, and these are the same rules as we had last July. We are in December. So last July, back in Vancouver, same rules, and same as previous AGAs as also, but we will have a copy available, a hard copy available for everyone that needs to have one. So we got the confirmation, and thank you for asking the question. Okay, so we will now. Yes, I'm sorry, it's so hard to see with the lightning, so if I don't acknowledge you right away, it's just because I didn't see you, and I'm sorry. Microphone number 1, please. And I'm looking for a mover and seconder, but I already have one, but please open the microphone.
Hello?
Please open microphone number 1,
Hello?
please. Yes, I can hear you, Chief.
Hello?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Frank McKay, proxy for Couchiching First Nation. You talked about a timer, a timer, and you're the only one that sees that. It would be most, I think, helpful if we can see the timer too, because it'll help you either to speed up or slow down when you're talking to a subject area. Is that possible?
Thank you for your suggestion. I think it's a great suggestion, and we took note of this. But I know, honestly, you read my mind. I had the same suggestion. It would be so helpful. But I know that we did that. We already tried that previously in AGAs before, prior AGAs. And I think it was something stressful for chiefs, maybe, from what I've heard, and it was not something that we would repeat. But this is a good suggestion. Maybe if I could have, okay, you know what we will do? We will follow the rules. So let me just have the mover and the seconder. Then I'll open the floor for discussion, and then I'll come back to you, and I'll ask for the mover and the seconder if they agree with your suggestion. I'm sorry, microphone number 1, please open it.
Yeah, that's another thing. You turn off the mic.
Oh, sorry, it's not me.
I know. I didn't even take my 3 minutes yet. Anyways, it helps, to determine how much time I have left in order to make my point.
This is a great point.
And then when the microphone is turned off, I just wasted my time. Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much, and I will ask the mover and the seconder if they agree with this right after. Okay, I'll deal with the microphone number 1, but then I have to move and second this before we continue the discussion. So, microphone, if you can please open the microphone number 1, please.
Chief King, Kiasoging, Anishinaabe, Gulbe First Nation. I just have a simple question and maybe a stupid question. How come the rules or procedures are not in our packages?
You mean printed out?
Yeah, printed copies.
I just learned that, and I thanked you for mentioning this. Thank you so much. I didn't know, and so that is why we have this being checked, and they send copies to be printed outside, and it's coming.
Yeah, but usually when you register, they're in your package already. Why weren't they in the packages?
I think maybe it's to protect the environment, because I know that we try to be less paperless. I think this is.
Well, you expect us to go off the internet to read the rules or procedures.
I'm so sorry. Yes, but that is why we put the highlights, and everything is available online, Chief King, also. So, would you be okay if it's coming later on? But it's the same.
No, I just asked a question. Why wasn't it in the registration packages? All I need is a simple answer.
Because the team carried over the virtual meetings where everything was available online, and I think we're adapting here. It was all in person before, then all virtually, and then hybrid. So, and I must convey the message that we are very sorry, and we thank you for your message, and it is noted. But at the the specific moment, at this moment, I cannot do anything else than to say sorry, and we will have printed copy. And your comment will be in the minutes.
Okay, thank you, miigwech.
Thank you very much. Now, as I just mentioned, I just want to have a mover and seconder, and we'll open the floor. We'll continue with the floor just after. So we have a mover, Chief Roseanne Casimir. Are you in the room? Chief Casimir accepted to move this motion. Are you present in the room? If you can come. So microphone number 2, please.
Chief Casimir, my name is Chief Linda Price, Algatcha First Nation. Chief Casimir had to step out for a meeting, so I'll move on her behalf. Chief Linda Price.
I'm sorry, Chief Price. Which First Nation?
Algatcho, ULKATCHO.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janalia.
And seconder, I'm looking for Chief Scott McLeod. Are you in the room, present in the room, Chief McLeod? Sorry if you're there and I don't see you.
He's approaching mic 1.
Oh, he's approaching microphone number 1. Oh, yes, I recognize you. So microphone number 1, please.
Yes, I'll second.
Thank you very much, Chief McLeod. So this motion, and I will now read the motion, and I'm coming back. I don't forget anyone here. I will come back right away to microphone. So just to follow the rules, we'll now read the motion. So it's the motion to adopt rules of procedure for assemblies. It reads as follows. That the First Nations in Assembly move to adopt the rules of procedure for the AFN Special Chiefs Assembly 2022, which includes AFN resolutions, procedures, and Schedule A, online remote voting framework. So this motion has been moved by Chief Price and seconded by Chief McLeod. And I thought there was a need for further discussion. And I see you, Chief, that you were waiting at microphone number 1. If you still have something you want to say, this is a perfect time. So microphone number 1, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say hi to everybody. I was in Vancouver in July. I had a 1-minute speech. I was cut off. And it cost me about $4,700 to go to Vancouver and back. That's the sad part about it. 1 minute at that gong show. Just on a point of order, I want to bring forward here. In regards to your rules and procedures, straightforward, that's the process that had to been followed this morning. And just for the record, we talk about the customary customs that we've been doing here from the time I've been here for over 30 years. All of a sudden, out of the blue this morning, everything's changed. So actually what we did as an assembly is we breached our own process and procedures. And we talk about, like our National Chiefs report, it's off the record. The other reports are off the record. Now we got to make sure once the adoption has been made, we gotta put the National Chiefs on record, and also the other reports. So we're doing things backwards here. I don't know why all of a sudden. Is it the staff didn't do their work? Or what's the reason for the disruption and the changes here all of a sudden? So I share that for you, and just for the record, I truly believe our assembly has breached. Not the National Chief, not the executive, but myself as a representative to allow this and not to talk about it. So I would like to make sure that it's put into the record that we have breached our own process and procedures. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I'm sorry, but I didn't get your name, Chief. I'm really sorry. And your First Nation as well.
Ted Cusance, Acting Chief for the Keys Coast First Nation, Treaty 4, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, so in regards to this, you made two important points. The first one, I would say, with regards to the minutes, the timer of the speaking period. So I think the comment we heard previously from Chief at the microphone Assembly 1 would be really helpful for this situation as well. So I'm asking the mover first. I'll deal next with your comment about the breach of the rules, but first let's deal with the timer. So there was a request reinforced by a comment by another chief, a request to have the timer not only available for us here, co-chairs, but to be available for the full assembly, to be available for everyone to see. So first, I'm going to check with the mover and the seconder if they agree with this, and then we'll work this out. If it carries, if they agree with it, we'll check if it's possible, technically possible, and we'll confirm it later. But first, I need the mover and the seconder. So mover, Chief Price, we need you, and mover, seconder, Chief McLeod. I need you to confirm if you agree to have a timer, if possible, that can be seen by everyone and not unless by co-chairs. So, mover, Chief Price, microphone number 2, please. Microphone 2.
Chief Price, Selgacho First Nation, I agree with the suggestion for timer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Price. Thank you very much. Microphone number 1, we have seconder Chief McLeod here. So microphone number 1.
Chief McLeod, Nipissing First Nation. I agree to that amendment, but I also want to say, if we're going to follow one rule, let's follow all the rules in what we're adopting here, please. Miigwech.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes? So thank you, mover and seconder. So I trust the team here that will follow with the technical team to see if it's possible technically, and if it is, it has been approved. So we continue. We still didn't vote for the full motion, right? We're still in the discussion period, and we have the motion to adopt the rules of procedure for assemblies 2020 for the Assembly 2022. We have one amendment that was adopted. So we continue the discussion. We are at microphone number 2. So if you can please state your name and your First Nation, please.
Bonjour, Chief Duckworth, Caldwell First Nation, not Chief Caldwell, as my friend called me once. I just have a quick question. I don't want to hold everything up. So we were 17 short for quorum when we took the count. Are we going to take a count now before we move to a vote? Or are you going to take a count after we move to a vote? I think you should tell us if we have quorum to take the vote, otherwise it's a waste of time. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. So first, the 2 comments for this. The first one is, you're right, but it was a test. And it was not for, the test vote was not the real, it's going to be really needed, the number we need to have quorum tomorrow for the test vote, day 2 and day 3. For day 1, as we saw a bit earlier, the rules mention that the quorum on day 1 is established through or by registration 1 hour after so at 11:07 this morning, we had the registration number. But to do the test vote, we didn't have to have quorum. It was a practice. It was a practice. But you're so right, Chief, because we need quorum for this motion. You're so right. And I confirm that we have quorum because we have here a great team that works so hard, and they already thought about this, and they already counted the floor, the red lanyards, and online, and I confirm that we have quorum, so we can make decisions this afternoon, so good thing. Okay, so thank you for this. Coming back to to Chief at microphone number 1 when he mentions the breach, yes, the breach. The simple answer I can say to that is, since we started the day at 10:07, and it seems that we're really late in the day, so how come at what time? How come at 2:37 p.m. Eastern time we're just adopting the rules of procedure? It seems weird. I know, but everything is in order because we started so late. Because of this virtual thing, previously we started at 9 or maybe 8:30. So that is why when we were in Vancouver, the time zone was, it didn't give us the impression that we were late in the days because there are 3 hours behind. So I think it's a question of the hour during the day, but we did follow procedures. I can assure you that the openings are not. We always do the openings before we adopt the motion for the rules of procedure and the motion for the agenda. The only thing that could, and I asked for confirmation for this during lunch, and I got confirmation that we previously heard the council's report before doing these two motions. But it's in the record as well, the minutes, we have everything on the minutes, and I can assure you that, for those who knows me, you know that I like to have fun, I like to laugh, but I can be tough too, eh? I like the rules. I kind of like the rules, but in a fun way. Like in French we say une main de velours dans un gant de fer. So I don't know how to translate this, but rest assured that I take my role very importantly, and I'm there to follow the rules. We make mistakes sometimes. It can happen, and we're sorry in advance if it happens. But honestly, we're so in good faith here. We're so proud to be here. And we take our job really importantly. So thank you for reminding us that the rules are important because it gives credit to our role. Thank you. Okay, so is there a need for further discussion? I'm looking, no one at the microphone of the assembly, and no one, so I was just about to say no one at microphone number 3, as we are going to name the online speakers list. So coming back to microphone number 1, please.
So there's no process to correct or put it on record on my point of order.
Chief.
That's one question.
We will, if I may, I just want to address. We will address just one question at a time. This question, can you confirm what exactly was breached? This I would need to know.
What's breached?
Yes.
What's not on record is the National Chief's presentation and the reports that were done.
Okay. Now, if I can answer that.
Prior to the agenda being made, prior to the adoption of the rules and procedures. And also the seconder of this motion just made a comment, let's follow all the rules for everybody.
Yes.
Not different rules for different people.
No, you're right. Thank you. That's so true. And National Chief words were opening remarks. and they were part of the opening, what's the word? Opening protocol, opening protocol. So all the openings remarks were part of the same block, opening protocol. So if we can, and we took good note of this, we can go in the past, we took good note of this, and we have a lot of business to deal with. So I suggest that we move to a vote right now to adopt the motion to adopt rules of procedure for assemblies, and it has been moved, seconded, discussed, plenty, and it has been amended as well for the timer to be seen to everyone in the room. We'll check if it's possible technically, but now we're ready for a vote, and I confirmed a bit earlier that we have quorum. So, ready for a vote. Please, technician, if you can please open the poll on Zoom. And for this, I'm gonna ask the first question. We'll see if you remember the rule that we just talked about. I'm gonna ask, is there any opposition to the adoption of the rules of procedure as amended? Any opposition? Seeing none, and I'm asking for help here because it's like, you know, when we were, there was a joke, why Indians does that? I think I know now, because of the lightning. So no opposition online as well. Is there any abstention? Do you see abstention? No. No abstention online, and of course online. If you raise your hand when I call the question, so this allows me to know it. So okay, so the motion to adopt the rules of procedure for assemblies as amended is carried by consensus, because why? No opposition. So I'm really grateful, and I congratulate you all because we have a consensus today, so I'm pretty happy. Thank you very, very much. And on this, I'm gonna turn the floor over to my colleague here, Adam Fiddler. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair Weena. So the next agenda item, and again, chiefs, delegates, you have passed the rules of procedure. Those rules of procedure that you have passed come from the Assembly, and as co-chairs, we will follow those rules of procedure as we move forward. So thank you very much. Those will be followed with a discussion and any voting that needs to take place throughout today and the next 3 days. So thank you. So the next agenda item is to go through the agenda. And again, there was a Chief's kit that is available online. This is carrying on from the way we used to conduct meetings virtually. Everything was electronic. It's accessible online on the AFN website. So the draft resolution is available online. We will put it up on the screen. I'm actually going to confirm that we can put it up on the screen. I would like to go through the agenda. A reminder, the agendas and the rules of procedure are currently being printed. They are being brought over, and we will hand them out as soon as they're here in the assembly room. Now, with the agenda that we have online, if you can access it online, and also if we can have it put up on the screen, this is the motion to adopt the draft agenda, but I will get to that. What I'd like to do first of all is go through the actual agenda. The agenda that you do find in the Chief's packages virtually and online, there was a slight change this morning, and I think this might be the discussion that we had previously on the rules of procedure. So there's a couple of things. Number one, we made the slight change to have the adoption of the rules of procedure and the adoption of the agenda after the opening protocols. So we had the grand entry, the opening acknowledgements, the welcome to the territory by Chief of Kitigan Zibi, the Ontario Regional Chief Hare, and then the welcoming comments with National Chief Roseanne Archibald. And then following that, we immediately had the AFN Council reports. So there were 4 council reports. Following that, we took the lunch break, and then we came back, and then we go into the administrative matters of the Assembly. So that's the process. Any speakers before, during the opening comments, we did not have the timer running, so we don't have that 5-minute limit. We don't have that 3-minute limit. In the rules of procedure, you'll see that is in the case of discussion on the floor and in the case of discussion dealing with resolutions. That's when that applies. So the 5-minute rule did not apply to the elders' opening acknowledgements, to the welcoming remarks, to the welcoming from the Ontario Regional Chief or the National Chief. That did not apply. And I just wanted to make sure that that's clear. So going through the agenda. This is the provisional agenda for the Assembly of First Nations Special Chiefs Assembly, December 5, 6, and 7, and 8. It is a hybrid assembly. I will not go through the discussions that took place yesterday. There were a number of dialogue sessions in the hotel yesterday, a number of great sessions, informational sessions. The agenda itself for Tuesday, December the 6th, of course, starts at 6 a.m. with the pipe ceremony. The pipe ceremony took place in the Confederation Ballroom. Registration opened at 8:30. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, and again, a reminder, the reason we're starting later is to accommodate those joining virtually to the west, and it's, of course, much earlier in BC, and they're joining virtually. At 10 a.m., we had the grand entry, the opening acknowledgement, the welcome to the traditional territory from Kitigan Zibi Chief Dylan White Duck, and then, of course, Ontario Regional Chief Glenn Hare. We had the National Chief Roseanne Archibald provide opening remarks, and then we had the AFN Council reports. So that happened this morning. The adoption of the rules and procedures and the adoption of the agenda, again, that you see in the draft provisional agenda was moved to this afternoon. At 1 o'clock, we continued, but what we do have is the adoption of the rules of procedures, the adoption of the agenda, and then we have resolution updates. So there are resolutions that were carried last July in Vancouver that required an update at this assembly. So we'll provide a very quick update on the resolution, specifically resolution number 3, 2022. Following that, we get into the resolutions. So we have a number of resolutions. Chiefs, we have 70 resolutions to deal with in the next 3 days. The previous record, I will say, is the most resolutions that were carried at an AFN assembly was in Niagara Falls in 2016. There were 67 resolutions that were carried. I believe the term for that assembly was Resolution Falls. So that was the highest number that we've ever done. At this assembly, we're trying to deal with 70. And the reason for that, of course, is last July in Vancouver, we were only able to deal with, I believe it's 5 resolutions that were dealt with. The remainder went through a process. The rules of procedure allows that any resolutions that are not dealt with in assembly can go to the executive, the regional chiefs. They dealt with 12 resolutions, and you'll find those online. There are still 40 resolutions. 40 resolutions, I just want to clarify, plus the 30 resolutions. So a total of 70 resolutions that we need to deal with. So what we would like to do, and this has been done as part of convention, it's not in the rules of procedure, but as part of convention, in the AFN assemblies, we have had omnibus resolutions, where there are various resolutions with the same theme, where we ask the mover and the seconder, can we put them together in an omnibus resolution so that the time can go quicker and we can deal with more resolutions. So we've started that process. AFN staff is approaching movers and seconders of various resolutions to see if we can put them together. So that will be happening, and we will start that immediately this afternoon, if we can put resolutions together. Some resolutions will have to be dealt with on its own. So I just wanted to clarify that. As part of going through the agenda, you will have a list of the resolutions, but we are trying to put them together. So the first resolutions we are going to be dealing with, there are actually 4 draft charter resolutions, and they're amendments to the AFN charter. So those are very important resolutions. Of course, in the rules of procedure, it says any amendments to the charter, resolutions have to be dealt with first. So there are 4 of them. With those ones, we will not be entering into an omnibus resolution. Plus, because they are amending the charter, we will read the entire resolution, and we will go through the proper process. And then we have organizational resolutions. We have draft resolutions dealing that are organizational resolutions. And then we have, later on today, resolutions dealing with Indian residential school survivors and reconciliation. Again, we are looking at those resolutions to see if we can have an omnibus resolution. One of them may have to be dealt with by itself. At 5:30, we have a hard stop. All discussion will need to end. Of course, a reminder, the meeting starts at 10 every day. It goes until 6 p.m. Eastern Time. At 5:30, we have a special presentation by the Independent Special Interlocutor for Missing Children and Unmarked Graves and Burial Sites associated with Indian residential schools. So that presentation is at 5:30. We will stop all discussion at that point and have a presentation. Also, you will see on the draft provisional agenda, just a note, at 5 o'clock, 5 to 6:15, there's also the National Caucus of Elected Women Leaders. That meeting is happening at the Shaw Center, room 210, which is just adjacent to the hotel. That's open to women chiefs, counselors, women leaders. That is open. You have an invite from the National Caucus of Elected Women Leaders. Also on the agenda, but it's not part of the assembly, but it's listed in the agenda at 6:30 p.m., there is a parliamentary reception that's happening in the Trillium Ballroom of the Shaw Center. Again, that's adjacent. I think you can go down to the 2nd floor, and there's a walkway to the Shaw Center. That's a special invite to chiefs and leadership, so that's not open to everybody. That's a chance for chiefs to meet some of the leadership from Parliament. I'm not sure, I don't have names of exactly who will be at that session. But we will close this session at 6 p.m. Day 2, Wednesday, December the 7th, again, 6 a.m., the pipe ceremony in the Confederation Ballroom. At 8:30, we'll have the registration. 10 a.m. Eastern Time, there will be a plenary on UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And then we have a number of resolutions we'd like to deal with. There are 3 resolutions dealing with rights. Again, we are looking to see if we can combine them. And then at 11:15, we have another plenary, the final settlement agreement on compensation and long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and Jordan's Principle. 12 o'clock, we will have lunch, but there is a National Caucus of the Elected Women Leaders that's happening 12 o'clock tomorrow. 1 p.m. Eastern Time, of course, resolutions dealing with children and families. We have a number of resolutions. If we can deal with them together, we will. Otherwise, they'll have to be done one at a time, and there's no guarantee we will get to all the resolutions by the end of day 3. Then we will deal with resolutions dealing with economic development. Again, we will have a look to see if they can be done together. then resolutions dealing with languages and education. At 4 p.m., again, we sort of have a hard stop, 4 p.m. tomorrow. We have Yves Francois Blanchette, leader of the Bloc Québécois, will be here 4 p.m. Eastern. At 4:30 p.m., we have honoring missing and murdered Indigenous girls is something that was looked at, and we need to confirm. I'm looking at the team to see if that is the right time that we will be having it at, 4:30 Wednesday. Okay. So that'll be 4:30 Wednesday. I'm just looking to the team. Okay, that is to be confirmed, but we will allow for that opportunity. Then we have resolutions dealing with justice and policing. Again, a number of resolutions, and we'll see how we can speed up the process. Not to do it, there's a word in our language, mamajish, not to do it mamajish, but to do it properly. I don't know I have a translation for mamajish, but we will do it properly. At 5:30, we have the Minister of Public Safety Canada, Marco Mendicino, will be here at 5:30, and then we will close the day tomorrow at 6 o'clock. That's day 2. Day 3, Thursday, December the 8th, again, 6 a.m., the pipe ceremony will take place. Registration at 8:30. At 10 a.m., we'll have a quick recap of the previous day. 10:30, we'll have, again, 10:30, we don't have a lot of time for resolutions. We have a lot of special guests. But 10:30, we'll have Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the NDP. 11 o'clock, Pierre Poilievre, leader of the Conservative Party. That will actually be a video presentation. He will not be here in person, but there is a video that will be presented. 11:15, we have a number of resolutions, again, dealing with lands, and then dealing with environment and fisheries. At 1 p.m., we have David Lametti, the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada. We need to confirm that Minister Lametti is available for that session. And then we have, after Minister Lametti, a number of resolutions at 1:30 dealing with health and housing. Again, we will see if we can put the resolutions together so that we can deal with as many important resolutions as possible. At 3 o'clock Eastern Time, we have Minister Patty Hajdu, Indigenous Services Canada. At 3:30, we have Mark Miller, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. At 4 p.m., we have the Right Honourable Prime Minister Justin Trudeau for a half hour. And then 4:30, we will begin the closing with National Chief Roseanne Archibald's closing remarks, and then we will have the closing ceremony. So that is the agenda, the draft provisional agenda that we have. Again, it is available online. What I will need to do is make sure that I have the mover and the seconder, and then we will open up for discussion. So I just want to double confirm. Again, first step is mover and seconder. They're all confirmed, okay. And I just want to note that when I was going through the list of speakers, all of the ministers and the Prime Minister is confirmed for those times on the agenda. So we had a mover. I'm just going to look to microphone 2. Are you here to move or second? Okay, so you're willing to move the resolution. Okay, if you can state your name and the First Nation. Microphone 2, please. Not yet. Microphone 2, please. There we go. Thank you very much. Microphone 2, please, if you can leave it on. Microphone 2. Can you try it again? There we go. Yes. Thank you, Proxy Casimir. Seconder, Chief Scott McLeod. Microphone number 1 is here. You're agreeing to second the resolution, the motion. Microphone 1, please.
Hello?
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'll second the motion, and hopefully we can get some work done today.
Miigwech. Thank you, Chief McLeod. Now, the floor is open. What I will do again is go to microphone 1, 2, 3, which is the virtual forum. Microphone 1, if you can introduce yourself and your First Nation.
Chief Don Miracle, Mohawks, the Bay of Quinte. First of all, I would like to say bring greetings and best wishes to the National Chief and all the regional chiefs that are executive, and thank you for the good work you're doing on our behalf to better the quality of life for our people. I would request that Resolution 1 be dealt with right away as an emergency resolution, as well as Resolution 31 be dealt with right away. These are emergency resolutions. The first one is dealing with the water legislation and the court order date of December 31st. I understand that Canada has an extension until the end of March on that. And the Chiefs of Ontario at our caucus meeting identified a number of resolutions that they would like to have some amendments to this morning in our caucus meeting. Those would be resolutions 6, 9, 13, 22, 28, 31, 33, 36 and 37, 57, 67, 71, and 73. If they could be voted on separately and not bundled. I think the amendments are very short. For most of them, it shouldn't take a long time. It will give the chiefs a chance to propose amendments where they see that they're needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Miracle. I just want to clarify, I didn't get to write all the resolutions down.
Okay.
The emergency resolution you're hoping to deal with is which resolution?
Right away, I'd like to deal with Resolution 1. That's the number that's been given. It may be in conflict with the chiefs that have DR1 is the Executive Committee representation in Newfoundland, but the water, the co-development and replacement of legislation for safe drinking water is also registered as Resolution 1. So I would like to deal with the water legislation right away. And also Resolution 31. And the others that I mentioned could be voted, it could be dealt with separately.
Okay, so
Thank you.
The others, sorry, Chief Miracle, the others that you wanted separately are 69, 13, 22?
No, number 6.
Okay.
Number 9.
Okay.
Number 13. Number 22. Number 28. Number 31. Number 35. Number 36. Number 37. Number 67, number 71, and 73. I just feel like I just called bingo.
Bingo. Nobody jumped up all happy. Question. Okay, just give 1 second on that, Chief Miracle, and then I'll come back to number 2. Thank you very much, Chief Miracle. So what we're going to do is we'll check on the emergency water resolution that you're asking can be dealt with immediately. So there is a process to deal with the emergency resolutions. We're just going to work with the resolutions team, and we'll see what we can do, Chief Miracle. Microphone number 2, again, state your name and First Nation. Microphone 2, please. Can we have microphone 2 turned on?
Test.
There we go.
Thank you.
Chief Marcel Head, Shoal Lake Nation, Saskatchewan. I understand there's the agenda on housing is going to be dealt with on Thursday. I want to ask the Assembly if they could move that agenda item to probably tomorrow afternoon, because it is an important agenda item. And as everybody knows in the room here in the Assembly, housing is a very important issue, and it's almost to a point now that it's a crisis in some of our communities. You know, we have 3 families living in one house, and that's unacceptable. Especially when you have policies, you know, that restricts First Nations from building houses under CMHC. So I'd like to ask the Assembly if they can give us the indulgence of moving the housing agenda to tomorrow afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. So the request is the resolutions dealing with housing on day 3, that we move that and try and deal with the resolutions either on day 1 or day 2. Is that correct? Okay. So we'll see what we can do. We will. I'm just looking here, and I'd have to look at it with my co-chair. I know that day 3 will be hard to juggle. Day 2, we have a number of speakers that will be here, but what we can do is try and put it as part of the package of resolutions at 1 o'clock, between 1 and 4 p.m., the housing resolutions. Okay, thank you. So I will put that there. Housing resolutions. And I'm going to go back to Chief Miracle. So what we'll need to do, just to let you know, the first 4 resolutions, it actually is in the rules of procedure, and we will need to deal with those charter amendment resolutions first. So there's 4 of them. We'll have to do that, and then we'll deal with the water legislation resolution. What's that? Yeah, yeah. So that is what you're proposing, and so I have 2 suggested changes. So what I'll need to do, and I'm going to look online. I don't see any hands up, and I don't see anybody else at the microphone. The mover, Proxy Casimir, I didn't see, the lights are bright, I didn't see where you went. Proxy Casimir, are you okay with? Microphone 2, please.
My name is Tammy Cook-Searson, and I'm the chief of the Lac La Ronge Indian Band. And there's a resolution that's coming to the table on Thursday, and it's to deal with the Saskatchewan First Act. And I want that resolution to be part of tomorrow's agenda instead of Thursday, because we want to oppose it.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask if we can have that resolution. We'll try and deal with it within the 1 to 4 p.m. time block on day 2. But again, there's no commitment that we can deal with those resolutions, but we'll add that to day 2 right after housing. Proxy Casimir, are you okay with those 3 amendments?
Could you provide clarification on the emergency resolution? Is that part of the amendment?
Yes.
So is there not a process for emergency resolutions?
Have we gone through that process?
Yes, it's okay.
With the executive?
Yes, we have confirmation from the resolution.
We have confirmation from the resolutions team that we have gone through that process to entertain the emergency resolution.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
Then I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So those three amendments. Before we go to Mike 1, I'll come back to you, but I just want to go to Chief McLeod, who was behind you. You're okay with that? Thank you. Now, Mike 1 is hiding. There's Frank. Mike 1, go ahead. Again, state your name and First Nation.
Frank McKay.
Can I have Mike 1 turned on, please?
Frank McKay. Frank McKay, proxy for Couchiching First Nation. There was a resolution on the control of gun control legislation. And we don't see that in the package. This legislation, this legislation will have impacts on our hunters in our territory. So we like to see that reinstated somehow into the package.
Thank you, Proxy Frank McKay. So we're just going to check with the resolutions team. I know that that would be an emergency resolution because obviously the issue was not an issue 5 weeks ago when we had the deadline. So I'm just working with the resolutions team. We'll find out and we'll make sure that we go through the proper process to deal with it as an emergency resolution and then brought to the floor. I don't have it in front of me, but we're just checking on it. Okay, thank you. So we'll just give us a minute and we will look to the resolutions team to see if we can deal with that resolution. Of course, there is a process that we need to follow in dealing with emergency resolutions. I don't have the resolution that you're referring to in front of me, so I don't have a draft resolution number, and I'm not sure what the process is, but I'll just clarify that and then I'll come back. I'll do my rounds and then come back to mic 1. So we're just checking on that emergency resolution, Proxy Frank McKay, but I'm told, I don't know if Proxy McKay can hear me. There's a discussion happening on the side there, but we're told that the resolution team did not receive a copy of that draft resolution, so have not started the process to enter it as an emergency resolution. So I'm going to do my rounds. I'm going to look to mic 3. I don't see any hands up, so I'm going to come back to microphone 1. If I can have microphone 1 turned on, please. Again, state your name and First Nation.
Good afternoon. My name is Terrence Nelson. I'm proxy for Roseau River Anishinaabe First Nation in Treaty Number 1. 16 years ago, I was here as the then chief of Roseau River, talking about a railway blockade that we had planned for June 29, 2007. And we did get our lands created or converted in Highway 6 on 74.8 acres within 6 weeks, start to finish. So the government does come to the table if you start talking to them about what's important to them. Mulroney said, he said, you cannot sell what you cannot ship. And that's one of the things that I'm saying to you guys here today. The treaties have not been fulfilled by the federal government. So one of the things that I'm asking Treaty Number 1 to do, where I'm from, there's 740,000 people in Treaty Number 1, including the whole city of Winnipeg. If you look at the titles that these immigrants get, there's a caveat on each of those titles. And that's caveat is a prior interest. Well, that's us as the Indigenous people. We're the owners of the land. And I want to tell you that I support the National Chief, and thank you for getting us over here to talk about these issues that we're dealing with. We are the title holders. We're the people that have the lands. And these resolutions, these 70 resolutions that you're talking about, I don't know how many of them you're going to be able to get through, but we're looking at putting we want to get I want to see what in the treaties that we start taxing the immigrants in our treaty lands, because we can't sit around waiting for the federal government to come along and fulfill the treaties. So in emergency resolutions and things like that, we can try and do some of the businesses in here at AFN, which I support, but you need to bring the federal government to the table. And Trudeau wants 1.3 million new immigrants. And what are they doing? They're bringing in money, the Chinese and things like that, but anything from between $500,000 to $1 million per immigrant. And what are they doing? They're taking our lands. So I'm saying very clearly that why aren't we getting these kind of benefits from immigrants that are coming into our country? So that's what I wanted to say to you. Thank you, National Chief, for this session. Thank you for all the work that you're doing. And again, I want to be able to tax these immigrants, tax the immigrants in our lands, because the federal government isn't doing what they're supposed to be doing in terms of our treaties. Our rights don't come from treaties. We have inherent rights, and the ones that have treaty rights are the immigrants, not us. We were sovereign before treaty, we're sovereign during treaty, and we're sovereign after treaty. Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you, Proxy Nelson. So at this point, I am going to close the speakers list. I see one more at microphone 2. I don't see anybody at microphone 3 and nobody at microphone 1. So I will close the speakers list after this last person at microphone number 2. Go ahead. If you can turn on microphone 2 and introduce yourself and your First Nation.
Miigwech. Chief Lynn Acus from Sagamay and Anishinaabe. I want to thank the elder for our prayers and thank the elders who lifted the pipes this morning. And I acknowledge, the people of the Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. I don't have a change to the agenda per se. I have a request on behalf of the Chief of Long Plain and SCO to have an acknowledgement of the family members of the 3 women who were murdered in Winnipeg, for the family members to speak tomorrow. And we would like to sponsor a blanket dance for on behalf of the families. And I was told that we had a time slot at 4:30. And I'm requesting that we have it sooner than 4:30 on behalf of my relatives in Manitoba. I just want to say I respect order and I respect rules, and I know that we need them, but we spend a lot of time arguing over procedural things when our people and our women back home are dying. I think we need to get on with things and work together on behalf of our most vulnerable people in our communities. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Thank you, Chief. Miigwech. So just to point out, that will be dealt with. It is on the agenda for tomorrow, 4:30, part of the Honoring Missing and Murdered Indigenous Girls presentation. We will accommodate that at that time. Microphone 2 again, please.
I just want to supplement, if it's going to happen at 4:30, I ask that people please stay. I was in Vancouver when we honored the survivors who went to the Vatican, and I stayed till the end, and there were very few people there. So if we're going to honor people, if we're going to honor the women who have died, and we're going to have an honoring for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and 2S, I ask that people please stay for that. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you. So, Chiefs, delegates, we've closed the speakers list. The motion is up on the screen that the First Nations in Assembly move to adopt the agenda for the AFN Special Chiefs Assembly, December 6th to 8th, 2022. We do have the mover and the seconder. Is there any opposition to the motion? Any opposition? And again, I think do I see a hand up? I don't see a red lanyard. I'll need a red lanyard to demonstrate that you are a chief or proxy. Okay. So I see one opposition. Any more? Any opposition? Nothing virtually. Thank you. Any abstentions? Any abstentions to accepting? I see one. And apologize, the lights are bright. I just want to make sure. And I don't see any virtually. So with that, the motion is carried. We have the agenda adopted with the 3 changes that were requested. Thank you very much, Chiefs. So at this point, just to let you know, as was discussed, you don't see there's 2 screens we're looking at where we read the resolutions, plus we have the big clocks, 2 of them. And that's where we watch the 5 minutes and the 3 minutes. So one of them has just been removed, and they will install that so that the speakers can see the time, but we won't be able to have that until tomorrow. If we can do it this afternoon, great, but we may not have that up until tomorrow. But we will remind you of the time as the time counts down. So thank you. So just to let you know, that will happen. That was a request that was made. Now, the Zoom poll was not opened for the resolution. I did look to Zoom to see if there were any votes in opposition or abstaining from accepting the agenda. So I'm going to do that portion again. I did see one in opposition in the room, one abstaining in the room. I acknowledge that, and I am going to ask the technicians to confirm that the poll is open virtually. And the poll is open virtually. So we'll give it about 30 seconds. I do see now that the poll is open. The difference when we're looking to the poll is it actually shows for, against, and abstentions. So I'm not actually asking in favor, but the poll opens and it gives you those 3 options. So I am looking at it. We'll give it another 10 seconds. So technicians, if I can have you close the poll, please. So again, I don't see any in opposition. I don't see any abstentions, and combined with what I saw in the room, the resolution to accept the agenda with the 3 amendments has been carried. Thank you very much. And a reminder, we'll put the timers up as soon as we can, either later this afternoon or tomorrow. So the next agenda item is dealing with the resolutions update. Again, we had a number of resolutions, the chiefs, that you passed in Vancouver. There is one specific resolution that called for an update at this assembly. So it was resolution number 322. And I just want to note, in terms of process, that the rules of procedure for AFN assemblies note that if, again, I talked about this, if any resolutions are not debated in time because of time constraints, the co-chairs may defer the draft on-time resolutions to the next AFN Executive Committee with recommendations. 12 resolutions were passed by the AFN Executive that came out of that out of that assembly that were not dealt with. They again are available online. The remainder of the resolutions will be dealt with throughout the next 3 days. A reminder, 40 resolutions were tabled to this assembly, and they're on our agenda, and we're trying to deal with those with the 30 new resolutions. Resolution number 3, 2022 called for an HR investigation, and there is an update. Now, I just need to make it very clear, it's not it's not conclusion. My understanding is that the work is ongoing, but the work has started. So this is just a very brief update to indicate that the work has started, the work is ongoing. Unfortunately, the lawyer that is making the presentation is not available. They had court this week, so we have a video that we're going to be playing. The video is Raquel Chisholm with Emond Harnden Law, and the video will be played on the screen. It's just a very brief update. She is not here. There's nobody here to answer questions. But as the process unfolds in the future, there will be opportunities to explore further and have any Q&A. But the video will be presented. The presenter is not here to answer any questions, but it is an update. Before I go to that, microphone one, if I can have microphone one turned on. Chief McLeod, introduce yourself and your First Nation.
Chief McLeod, Nipissing First Nation. I just have a question about the presenter on the video. Is that an independent? Yes?
Yes, it is independent. It is the investigator, and I believe, I'm told that they will explain who they are and what their role is, and then provide. Thank you, Chief McLeod. So with that, if I can have the video played, please.
Hello.
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 We're obviously having a technical issue, but hello to everybody. So I am going to look to our technical staff. I'll get them just to hit the rewind button and then hit play again. If there is a rewind button, but if we can have the up on the screen, and then I'll know that they're ready to.
Hello, my name is Raquel Chisholm, and I am a labor and employment lawyer here in Ottawa with the firm of Emond Harnden LLP. As you know, in resolution number 3 from the AGA in July, the Chiefs and Assembly directed that the National Chief and the Executive Committee actively cooperate in the ongoing human resources investigation being led by an independent investigator. They also directed that the AFN ensure that the agenda for the 2022 Special Chiefs Assembly include a report from the HR investigator, and that is why I'm here today. I'm here to report on the status of the investigation, but we do not yet have a final report. I am recording this video from my home in Ottawa, and so before I begin my update, I would like to acknowledge that my home is on the unceded Algonquin territory. Our law firm has been retained by the AFN on a couple of legal matters prior to this investigation. Some of you would have been involved in the police as essential services presentations I provided about a year ago. In mid-May, I was contacted by the AFN Secretariat and was again retained this time to provide legal advice regarding what was initially 3 complaints against the National Chief that came in mid-May. A 4th complaint was filed on May 20th. As I am sure you are already aware, the 4 complainants' identities must remain anonymous by virtue not only of the AFN's own harassment and whistleblower policies, but also by the Canada Labour Code and its harassment regulations. Those same AFN policies and the Canada Labour Code require that the complaints, what the Canada Labour Code regulations call occurrences, be investigated. And so, on May 27th, the AFN Executive Committee instructed me and my firm to retain a third-party, independent, and neutral investigator to investigate the allegations in the complaints. The individual our firm ultimately retained has extensive experience in conducting investigations and was previously a vice chair of the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal. I negotiated and then signed terms of reference with her in mid-June. She is now being helped by another investigator. Only I have been in communication with the investigators to ensure that it remains at arm's length. None of the members of the executive committee, nor staff at the Secretariat have been giving instructions to them, nor have they received any updates directly from them. Once we had signed terms of reference for the investigation, I wrote to the National Chief's lawyer on June 15th to inform her, through her counsel, about the investigator's retainer and to advise her that the investigator would be in touch with her to begin the investigation. My understanding is that the investigators wrote to the National Chief's lawyer on June 25th and provided her with the investigation protocol. This protocol was then given to the complainants as well as all parties, including the National Chief. All of them confirmed that they would abide by the confidentiality requirements of the process. In my June 15th letter to the National Chief's lawyer, I also explained that many of the allegations in the complaints fell under the whistleblower policy and the workplace harassment policy of the AFN. As such, the procedures to be followed were found under those policies, and in fact, they have been followed. A fifth complaint against the National Chief was submitted on June 21st, and that complaint was added to the investigator's mandate. It is not uncommon for an investigation with one complainant and one respondent to take three months or so to complete and to get a final report. In this case, there are 5 complainants, and so it was always going to take more time than that, given the complexity. However, I had hoped that we would have a report by now, and we do not. I asked the investigators to provide me with an explanation of the delay and a summary of the steps taken to date, and to advise on what remained outstanding, and this is what they informed me. Almost immediately upon signing the terms of reference, the investigators began their interviews with the complainants to ensure they understood their allegations and to gather particulars. These were done on June 22nd, July 14th, and July 15th. Following these meetings, the investigators prepared a summary of the 5 sets of allegations so they could be given to the National Chief. This way, she could have advance notice of the allegations and see the particulars prior to meeting with the investigators and prior to providing her response. She received the summaries and the particulars on July 25th, August 17th, and August 31st, respectively. The investigators also provided the National Chief, by way of her lawyer, with a list of relevant policies and Canada Labour Code references that the investigators would be addressing in their report. This too was done in August. At this stage, it would have been standard practice for the investigators to meet with the National Chief to get her responses and her side of the story before interviewing the complainants and any witnesses. However, the investigators contacted the National Chief in mid-August, offering dates in late August for an interview to discuss the first 4 complaints, and then a follow-up interview would be required to interview her for the 5th complaint. But the National Chief was unavailable. In September, they offered a number of dates in October, including evening meetings, for her interview. Again, she was unavailable. Ultimately, the investigators were only able to meet with the National Chief last week on November 29th. They were not, however, able to actually interview her. Instead, she expressed, through her lawyer, concerns about the fairness of the process. I have reviewed those concerns, as well as the process followed by the investigators, and I will work with the investigators to satisfy myself that the concerns either have been or will be addressed. But ultimately, the investigators are independent, and they control their own process. I cannot dictate the process they follow, nor can the parties. In my terms of reference with them, it is clear that they, not me, or any of the parties, will determine which documents and other evidence to review, which individuals to interview, and the sequence with which the witnesses will be questioned. This is to ensure that they remain independent. What I can say to you all is that paragraph 4C of the whistleblower policy states that in conducting the investigation, the investigator shall use reasonable efforts to ensure that persons are treated fairly, including the complainant, any witnesses, and the respondent. The investigator shall at all times maintain neutrality and confidentiality. The terms of reference with the investigators also require that they will ensure that the investigation is conducted in an independent, impartial, and fair manner, and in accordance with the employer's policies and procedures. To ensure that the investigation continued, the investigators used the time since August to meet with the 5 complainants for their formal interviews, and then had them read and sign their summaries to ensure accuracy, and this has been done. The investigators also met with 4 witnesses proposed by the parties, including some whom the National Chief wanted the investigators to meet with. What is currently outstanding is an interview with the National Chief. What I am told by the investigators is that meaningful steps to move the investigation forward cannot take place until they are able to have that interview with her. They will make best efforts to do so in the month of December. If the investigators are able to meet with her in December, they will provide the complainants with an opportunity for reply, and then the investigators will be in a position to conclude the investigation and provide me with their report within a month of the date of the final interview. Until then, I cannot comment on the nature of the allegations, nor on any preliminary findings of the investigators. In fact, I have not seen the interview statements, nor have the investigators stated to me what their findings may be. I, like the parties, like you all, must wait for the final report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you to Raquel Chisholm, who was brought in as an independent. She is a lawyer. She is working independently, and this is an update that she has provided. At this point, she's not here, unfortunately, and we cannot have any further questions or answers. No further discussion at this point. She has highlighted the process, and there will be opportunities in the future. So, but we wanted to have that update provided. So, miigwech for that. We have many resolutions and issues to deal with, so I'm going to turn it over to Co-Chair Weena to deal with the next resolutions.
Thank you very much, Adam. Okay, so as or according to the rules, Rule 28, we will now deal with the charter resolution, draft resolutions. Number 28 of the rules mention any proposal to attend the charter shall be the first order of business on the agenda, which is what we just adopted. So we are going to deal with the charter's draft resolution. The charter's draft resolution. We have 4 draft resolutions to deal with. We are going to deal with them one after the other. And since charter's resolution are really important, like they are the charter, like they are proposed resolution to amend the charter. So given the importance, we will read them all entirely. So the whereas section as well as the therefore be it resolved section. But this is the only time we will read a complete draft resolution. The other time we will only read the decision part, so the therefore be it resolved section. But for now, before starting with the draft resolution number 1, we will, I will actually invite Council Chairperson Kelsey Lam, because he's the chair of the Charter Renewal Committee, and he has an update to give to the Assembly. So I think it's a good way to introduce the Charter's draft resolution. So if Kelsey Lam, you're there. So I am inviting you to come and join me on the podium. And to be fair with the other reports, the other council reports, we put 7 minutes on the timer. I didn't interrupt anyone at that time, so, but just it's a kind suggestion, but the 7 minutes is there. So, to you, Kelsey Lam, thank you very much.
I'll try to be less than 7 minutes so we can move on to the resolutions if everybody's okay with that. I just want to thank you all for this chance to present, and I do want to call up the other members of the Charter Renewal Committee if they would like to come and stand up here with me as well. I have a wonderful team of committee members from the regions that I work with, and so I'll call them up to come and stand with me. And as the co-chair for the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal, I have the wonderful honor of working with the regions and the chiefs and appointees for a very fulsome mandate as per a number of resolutions that have been passed by the First Nations and Assembly going all the way back to 2019. So, but in terms of the reason why I'm here speaking to you today is a number of the resolutions that were passed in July 2022 at the Annual General Assembly specifically called for our committee to take on the responsibility for a number of important matters that were determined by this assembly, and also to provide an update. Some requested an update by the end of the fiscal year, but because there is no assembly meeting planned before March 31st, today would be the time to provide that update. So, as you might recall, there's 3 reviews that were requested by the First Nations at Assembly. There's an investigative review to end sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination, a financial policies and practices review, and a governance review. It also called for engagement with leadership, advisory councils, participants of the AFN in a number of those reviews. Our committee has met a number of times following the AGA. We have completed a number of initiatives with our committee, including updating and reviewing our terms of reference, developing a schedule of meetings and a draft work plan, and also considered the specifics that have been requested with regard to also the scope and nature of a forensic audit that was requested at the July 2022 AGA. The most important piece of the update is that our committee is taking those resolutions seriously, that we are having fulsome discussions to meaningfully work with the executive committee and the secretariat to implement those resolutions. For example, on the matter involving the forensic audit or the request for a forensic audit, and requesting that our committee provide advice on the scope of that forensic audit, our committee is working to bring in a financial expert with expertise in audits to help advise us. Currently at this time, our technical team doesn't have that particular expertise. So we want to work with an expert who can come in and help provide advice to our committee on how to develop that scope of work. This is a practice that I've personally engaged in when we did a forensic audit in my nation a number of years ago. We worked with an expert in audits that weren't the financial firm for our organization. We brought in somebody independent. They advised us on how to develop the scope for the audit, and then we actually went to a third firm who then actually did the forensic audit for us. So this is a process that I've engaged in through my own council, and as part of the work that we've been doing as a committee is to start staging all of these pieces to be able to make recommendations back to you and to be able to move forward on them. One of the pieces of work that our committee worked on extensively as well was to update the terms of reference for our committee from the 2019 terms of reference to more contemporary terms of reference to reflect the resolutions that have been passed by the Assembly, including the governance review, the financial review, the forensic audit, and other matters. That terms of reference was presented to the Executive Committee in early November. It was tabled by the Executive Committee at that time. And my understanding from updates from the Executive Committee this week is that the Executive Committee discussed the matter at a meeting just a few days ago. They passed a resolution to further table our terms of reference, and they requested to now engage in more further consultation and engagement with each of the regions on that terms of reference to collect that feedback and then to have a revised terms of reference brought back to the Executive Committee at a later date based off of that feedback, and then potentially bringing that terms of reference to the Assembly for consideration for approval. That was a decision of the executive committee. It was not a decision that our Chiefs Committee was consulted on, but it is a decision that the executive committee made. And as per our charter, terms of reference for Chiefs Committees do require executive committee approval. So we are following that process. The other piece of that decision by the executive committee, as I understand it, is that they also issued their support for the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal to continue the good work that we are doing to bring forward recommendations for improving the structure and the governance of the AFN as well. And on that note, one of the other pieces of work that our committee has been doing simultaneously to all of the other pieces is we've also been exploring and looking at a number of proposals that we would like to bring to the chiefs and leadership of the First Nations, proposals that we think could help improve the effectiveness of this organization, the structure to create and implement best practices around governance, following those reviews to further improve the work that we're able to do as the Assembly of First Nations. And so there will be a number of opportunities coming in the new year where our committee would like to engage with the chiefs and with the leadership through different means to collect your feedback on a number of proposals that we would like to bring forward at the next assembly. What you'll note today is there are 4 amendments being put forward. 3 of those were discussed by our committee and are put forward for this assembly based off of our committee's discussion. The first charter amendment was not brought to our committee, unfortunately, but the charter amendments 2, 3, and 4 were brought to our committee. And our intention behind them is that they're intended to be minor in scope or low-hanging fruit that we would like to bring forward at this assembly. But our hope is that the next assembly that we can have is that there will be some really strong recommendations that we'll come forward with. So that's our brief update as per the resolution that was passed by the chiefs in assembly. And it is important that the work will continue unhindered while the terms of reference for our committee is also reviewed. And we look forward to working with the National Chief and the Executive Committee, as well as all of our leadership on this important work in the months and years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelsenem, and thank you very much to all all your team and all the AFN Charter Renewal Committee for your work, important work. And are you ready? We will now deal with the first charter draft resolution, so draft resolution number 1. And as I mentioned, and actually as we both mentioned, Adam and I, we were going to read it entirely. So each resolution, we're going to deal with each resolution one by one, one after the other, and we're going to go read it all. And I thought it would be a good idea to read it in French, the first one, since it could give our dear colleagues, sisters, brothers speaking French a small break and to hear in French. Alors, je vais continuer en français pour le projet de résolution numéro 1. Alors, le titre du projet de résolution numéro 1 est « Représentation de Terre-Neuve au sein du comité exécutif ». Ce projet de résolution numéro 1 a été proposé par chef Joe et a été coproposé par le chef Mitchell. Et à ce moment, j'aurais besoin que le proposeur et le coproposeur puissent venir au microphone seulement pour s'assurer qu'ils sont présents dans l'Assemblée. So I'm now looking for the mover and the seconder. Before reading the draft resolution number 1, I need to have the mover and the seconder present in the room. So mover, Mizell Joe, so Chief Mizell Joe, are you present in the room? We are talking about the draft resolution number 1 entitled... I'm sorry, it's so hard. Thank you. It's so hard to see. Thank you, mover. Seconder, Chief Mitchell, Brendan Mitchell, are you present in the room? Thank you very, very much. I will now turn in French to continue the reading in French. Oh, et un grand merci à l'équipe technique d'avoir mis la première portion à l'écran. C'est très gentil. Nous allons donc commencer par lire les attendus que, comme je l'ai mentionné, et cela va comme suit. A. Les Mi'kmaq de Terre-Neuve sont représentés par le chef et les conseillers de la Première Nation de Mi'kmaq, ainsi que par le chef et les conseillers de la Première Nation de Halipu. B. En plus de leur rôle de dirigeants propres à leur Première Nation, les chefs et les conseillers des Premières Nations de Terre-Neuve travaillent ensemble sur des enjeux communs aux Mi'kmaq de Terre-Neuve, notamment sur les droits et la gouvernance des Mi'kmaq. Next slide, merci. C. À l'instar de tous les dirigeants des Premières Nations au sein des différentes provinces du pays, les dirigeants des Mi'kmaq de Terre-Neuve ont des processus de gouvernance et des intérêts uniques qui sont propres à la province. D. Les chefs des Premières Nations de Terre-Neuve sont fiers d'être des dirigeants de la nation Mi'kmaq, mais ils reconnaissent également les réalités modernes de la gouvernance Mi'kmaq au niveau provincial. Next. E. Le dernier attendu que. Depuis la création du bureau régional de l'île du Prince-Édouard, les chefs de Terre-Neuve et de la Nouvelle-Écosse sont maintenant les seuls chefs du pays qui n'ont pas de représentation provinciale individuelle au sein du comité exécutif de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations, APN. Nous allons maintenant nous rendre à la portion de la décision Il est résolu que, if you can please put up on the screen the therefore be it resolved section, it would be so much appreciated. Thank you. Oh, no, I was too quick. I thought it was finished, and it was not, so I will continue to read the whereas section. Attendu que F. Les chefs Mi'kmaq de Terre-Neuve et leurs conseils respectifs estiment que la représentation partagée actuelle au sein du comité exécutif de l'APN n'a pas évolué de manière à refléter le rôle et les responsabilités en matière de gouvernance des chefs et des dirigeants des Premières Nations de Terre-Neuve, et que cette situation n'est ni durable, ni dans le meilleur intérêt des Premières Nations de Terre-Neuve ou de l'APN dans son ensemble. Ils demandent donc une représentation respectueuse au sein du comité exécutif de l'APN, avec un chef régional de Terre-Neuve choisi selon un processus acceptable pour les dirigeants des Premières Nations de Terre-Neuve. Next slide, please. Attendu que G. Les chefs de Terre-Neuve reconnaissent que, conformément à l'article 27 de la Charte de l'APN, un préavis écrit de présentation d'une résolution à la prochaine Assemblée annuelle ou extraordinaire des Premières Nations en Assemblée est nécessaire pour modifier l'article 17 de la Charte afin de changer la composition du comité exécutif et de permettre la nomination d'un chef régional de Terre-Neuve. H. Les chefs de Terre-Neuve reconnaissent en outre qu'un processus de consultation relatif au renouvellement de la Charte est mis en œuvre, mais ils n'appuient pas le report de cette question pendant que le processus est en cours. I. Les chefs de Terre-Neuve cherchent à obtenir l'appui des Premières Nations en Assemblée afin de faire reconnaître et respecter leur rôle, leurs responsabilités et leurs intérêts uniques au niveau provincial. Next, please. And here we are. La portion qu'on appelle la décision, la portion de la décision du projet de résolution. Alors, pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations en Assemblée, 1. Demande que l'article 17, composition, de la Charte de l'APN et tout autre article faisant référence au nombre de chefs régionaux soit modifié pour inclure Terre-Neuve comme région représentée en vertu de la Charte. 2. Demande que les règlements administratifs du secrétariat de l'APN, Fraternité des Indiens du Canada, et tous les autres documents pertinents de l'organisation soient modifiés pour refléter la participation régionale de Terre-Neuve. Next, please. 3. Pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations en Assemblée, alors on continue, ils affirment leur soutien ferme et continu à la représentation régionale au sein du comité exécutif de l'APN. Et 4. Demande au secrétariat de l'APN de multiplier les efforts de demande de financement et invite le Canada à accroître son appui financier pour faciliter le travail du comité exécutif de l'APN. Je pense que cela met fin au projet de résolution. Oui. Okay, so I'm going to come back to English. This draft resolution number 1 has been moved, has been seconded, and has been read and entered into the record. We will now open the floor for discussion, and I will give the opportunity to the mover first to speak to this resolution. The mover has maximum of 5 minutes to speak, to introduce this resolution, and we'll then go to the seconder. The seconder wishes to speak to this resolution. The seconder will have 3 minutes, and then we'll open the floor for general comments, others than mover and seconder. So, can we have the mover at microphone number 1, please? And we will open microphone number 1, please. If you can just confirm you're the mover, and if you can just mention your title and your First Nation correctly, please. Thank you.
Can you turn this microphone? Thank you very much. I am not the mover, I'm the seconder. The reason I came to the microphone first, because I would ask the technical people involved in the sound to turn this microphone up. It has way too much bottom or bass, maybe a little more treble. I've heard the other people speak at this microphone earlier, and I walked in the back of the room, I couldn't hear a word they were saying. So I asked you to turn this microphone up, because it doesn't seem to be at the same volume or level of clarity as that microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and I'll take it as a point of order, so I will deal with it immediately. I think it's very important. So just checking in the back if this can be dealt with in an urgent manner, please. So if there is anything else regarding the volume, the sound, anything else, we take that very importantly. And now, hopefully, you can hear me better. I'm surprised to know that there is bass when I talk, but are you the mover, microphone number 1?
Thank you very much. And my name is Mizell Joe. I'm the chief of the Mawbook First Nation. Been the chief for roughly around 35 years. And actually, we became a member of the Assembly of First Nations in Vancouver when Dr. Haneke was the national chief. And that's just giving some background to why it is an important resolution to us. I want to give you some history and background where we've come from. The Assembly of First Nations had its first meeting in Newfoundland in 1984, and I walked with my brother for 260 miles to get to that assembly meeting. And on the day that it opened, we walked into that assembly meeting. So that we've been involved a very long time. And to even further to that, our system of government was set up in 1860. It wasn't until 7 years later that Canada became a country. Also, the British colony set up a reserve for us in 1870. And in 1949, Joey Smollett, in a deliberate act of can't call it anything but racist and prejudice against us, wrote us out the terms of union. And it simply said there was no Indians in Newfoundland. What was there was half-breeds, and in a short space of time, they would all be dead or die of disease. And that's why this is important for us. This moment in time is so important to help us move in a direction that we need to go. We don't have treaty rights in Newfoundland. All we have is the help of the Assembly of First Nations and the help of the Atlantic Policy Congress. If we don't have this help, we have nothing working for us. We're working with a liberal government that's supportive, but because we don't have treaty rights, we have to deal with big companies that come into our territory in a way that makes us almost beggars. So the only way to change all of that is to have our own vice chief in Newfoundland that can work with 31,000 Mi'kmaq people. We started with 500 in our community, and that's growing to 2,100 members off reserve all across Canada. and plus the Qalipu First Nation, and many more members too as well. So I speak to this resolution because it's important to us, and I've followed the Assembly of First Nations going right back to the days of David Anakew, and been faithful to this organization and worked with this organization any way possible that I could. And I want to thank you for this time to allow me to do this. But keep in mind, 1949 was a turning point for us in Newfoundland when the Smallwood government at the time denied us the rights of our Aboriginal people, not just Newfoundland, but Labrador too as well. And we're still fighting for that right, to gain that right. Even though we're status people, we still don't have that right, the same as they have in Nova Scotia or across Canada. We don't have a treaty right. We're considered immigrants to Newfoundland, which is ludicrous, really ludicrous. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Joe. Just before going to the microphone, I just want to confirm that the timer that we amended the rules of procedure to make sure that the timer would be available and that the assembly can see a timer. It will be possible technically, but we will have this starting tomorrow, so stay tuned. Okay, I'll go with the microphone number 1. I know you're not the seconder, but I'm pretty sure you have an update on the volume. So to you, microphone number 1.
Actually, on microphone number 1, I am the seconder. I'm Chief Brendan Mitchell from Qalipu First Nation in Newfoundland. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I'm really pleased to be here with the National Chief, the Executive, our regional chiefs, and all of our chiefs in assembly and guests. It's been a great day so far, and I'm expecting the next couple days to be very productive. As Chief Joe mentioned, we're here today looking to do something a little different by way of the charter. In this room about 4.5 years ago or thereabouts, I sat here as a chief of PEI, I almost said British Columbia. Chief of PEI came here and presented a resolution to form an individual position on the executive for Prince Edward Island. I believe it was in the summer, I think maybe in 2019 in Fredericton, New Brunswick, that resolution, when brought to the floor again, was actually passed. And that was a good thing for PEI. They felt they need their own representation here. In terms of representative chiefs right now regionally, Regional Chief P.J. Prosper is a regional chief. He's done a great job to support us, represent us, be with us when we needed him, and overall, I think, a fantastic representation for both Newfoundland and Nova Scotia. But we're the only provinces left who are jointly sharing a regional chief. I really enjoy the relationship I've developed with the chiefs of Nova Scotia and with Regional Chief P.J. Prosper. But both Chief Joe and I believe it's time for us to move forward now with Newfoundland on our own. We have more than 27, about 28,000 First Nations Indian Act members in Newfoundland that are representative of our groups. And we'd like to have the chiefs in assembly today support us in the resolution that we have. And before we get to the question, though, I have a friendly amendment to make to that. We're not just represented by Malwoubek First Nation and Qalipu First Nation, but there are 2 other bands who are members of the Assembly of First Nations. And I'd like a friendly amendment to read, number 1, or item A, it said, it should read, Newfoundland Mi'kmaq are represented by the Malwoubek First Nation Chief and Council, comma, the Qalipu First Nation Chief and Council, comma, the Flat Bay Band Incorporated Chief and Councilors, and Glenwood First Nation Chief and Councilors. So it's the Flat Bay Group and the Glenwood Band are the people that we have to put in here. And again, a friendly amendment to recognize that we have 4 FAN members in the province of Newfoundland. I'm going to stop now because I believe my time is getting short, but this is important to us. It's a time for us to move forward in Newfoundland. Time for us to have a representation at this table that's our own. And on that note, again, I will ask respectfully to all of you, to the chiefs in assembly, to support this resolution. And I do know there are details that we work out. How are we going to make this work? Where does the funding come from? We'll get to all of that, I'm sure. So I say thank you very much. I appreciate your time. To all of you, Wilalio.
Thank you very much. And Chief Mitchell, I don't know how you did that, but you stopped just at the 3 minutes, like perfect. So congratulations. I don't have an award to give you, but just a congratulations. So thank you very much, and thank you for your friendly amendment. I'm going to check with the mover, sorry, if the mover agrees with this amendment. And just for you to know, I have my computer just right in front of me, and it is open on Google Drive. And the resolution team works on amendments, and they work live in this Google Drive. So I should see the amendment when it's ready. But first, let's hear the mover, if the mover agrees with the friendly amendment of the seconder. This is the first thing to do. And I acknowledge that they are talking, thinking about this, so this is really important. Microphone number 1, please.
Yes, I agree with the two names that were submitted.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna check the resolution committee. Do you need something by written, or you're okay with the language, the two additions? You'll be good. Okay. Thank you very much for this. Okay, I'm just going to come back just to let you know that I acknowledge that there's no one at the microphone number 2, but remember what I said and what we said, and we're going to follow this. And I would feel very, very bad, but if there would be someone at the microphone number 2 right now, I would go there, because the order is microphone number 1, microphone number microphone number 2, and microphone number 3 online, and then we come back. So I'll go now. I'll follow this. So, but let's do microphone number 1. I'll go microphone number 2 right after. Microphone number 1, if you can state your name, please, and your First Nation, and the amendment you would like to make, or what you would like to say. To you, microphone number 1.
Chief Joanne Miles from the Flat Bay Band, Newfoundland. So I'm also a Newfoundland chief. I'm here representing the other chief as well, and I'm here, of course, in agreements for this resolution. As you can all reflect on the struggles that we've gone through, trying to be individual and being specific and our specific needs for the struggles that we've gone through and the colonialization that we've gone through, as well as just like everyone else here. Looking back at a long road that we've taken to get to be recognized by our government, the injustices, and like Ms. L. Joe spoke, Premier Joseph Smallwood in 1949 stated, "There's no Indians." Premier Smallwood denied us then, and meant that we, as Indigenous people of Newfoundland, was not included in many of the opportunities that we missed out. We still have struggles, and with this resolution, we hope that if it gets passed, that would help us with our rights and address some of the specific issues that we're dealing with here in Newfoundland. And I also like to thank the Atlantic Caucus, who has given us full support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2, please. You have 3 minutes maximum. To you. If you can state your name and First Nation, sorry. To you, thank you.
Bonjour, Gima ou Gima Nijnakas, Kias Zaging Donji, Agishkaminisi, Mizene Dodem, Chimigwich Kenawea. Chief Wilfred King from Gull Bay First Nation. I'm not speaking against the resolution, but I just want to make a statement. I'm one of 12 First Nations in the Robinson Superior Treaty area. We're a signatory to the Robinson Superior Treaty, and I just want to make a note here that we talked about, the restructuring of the AFN, and I've always believed that the Anishinaabe Nation is not a collective within Ontario. We have Anishinaabe people living as far out as Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, in the United States and Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, I think, as well as North Dakota. And when we're looking at, that's what I call a real nation. That's the Anishinaabe Nation to me. Now, I understand that, yes, there are treaty First Nations, which I'm a member of Treaty First Nation, and obviously I have that direct relationship with the British Crown and Canada, now the province of Ontario. But to me, I hate to see us, when we're moving towards self-government, self-determination, and yet we're confining ourselves to this provincial boundary system. And again, I don't know why we're doing that. Again, I'm not speaking against our resolution, but it's just, to me, it sounds neo-colonialism when you were adopting this provincial boundary and territorial boundary stuff. You know, I would have thought that the new process for recognition of our communities and our nations would be based on much broader than just provincial boundaries. So I would hope we just take that into consideration. Chimigwech.
Miigwech, thank you very much. And now microphone number 3. No one is on the Zoom. No hands on the Zoom. So no one at the microphone number 1. Microphone number 2, please. If you can please state your name and your First Nation. And I do recognize you. I saw you in Vancouver, and I'm happy to see you. So microphone number 2.
Thank you. Regina Crowchild, Tsuut'ina Nation. I'm not speaking against it or for it. I'm just wondering the fairness of how the regional chiefs are selected for a number of areas. We have Treaty 6, Treaty 7, and Treaty 8 in Alberta. And the Dene, who are, Tsuut'ina is part of the Dene Nation, they're spread all over the place. But we have those treaty areas. And Treaty 8 is spread across BC, Saskatchewan, up to Saskatchewan, I think, and Manitoba. Anyway, further. And Treaty 6. So I'm wondering, you know, why don't you just instead, like the previous speaker, instead of looking at provincial boundaries, let's look at it realistically, so like us treaty peoples can be represented properly. Right now, every time we come into these assemblies as treaties, of the international treaties, we're always outnumbered. And also, when it comes to our issues, an organization, because of the mandate given by resolutions by the Assembly, affects our inherent in our treaties. I would suggest let's sit down and work it out better so everyone can be represented respectfully. And that's why many of our nations have pulled out of AFN because of that, because they infringe on our rights. Maybe we should have treaties 1 to 11, domestic treaties, and wherever else that has to, I don't know what kind of treaties they might have, or if they don't have treaties, no disrespect. But I just feel that treaties 1 to 11 are not represented properly. We're always outnumbered. So I think there needs to be a serious look at the whole structure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Crowchild. Is there a need for further discussion on draft resolution number 1, entitled Executive Committee Representation Newfoundland? Seeing no one is at the microphone assembly, seeing someone is coming and not running, but coming, we'll wait. And just want to confirm that there is no hands raised on the Zoom. So, microphone number 2, if I'm not sure if Marsha, are you going to the microphone? The thing is, we need to during the discussion period, we need to it's chiefs and proxies that have the right to speak, or someone else could give you the permission. A chief could give you a permission to speak, and if he does so, this would it would be 4 feet from his right to speak under this specific issue. So please confirm if your proxy or if a chief gave permission to speak. Otherwise, we can have a permission to speak on the floor. Microphone number 1, please.
Bonjour, I'm Chief Veronica Smith, Chippewas and Nawash Unceded First Nation, and I'm giving my time.
Thank you very much. So we're following rules, and this is perfect. Thank you. So I'm sorry, microphone number 2, but since we were not ready, I saw that Marsha was at the microphone number 1, so that is why we continue with Marsha. So Debbie will be your voice. You have 3
Yanko,
minutes.
Chief.
You have 3 minutes.
Just give the interpreter a moment. As a person who is deaf and has a disability, I think that, you know, as chiefs, we have a responsibility to be representatives of our people. You know, and for me, this is a new process, and I wasn't previously aware of. So knowing and understanding what it means for all of our people. And again, as this is a first opportunity for me to be in this this type of venue. So I think that, you know, just acknowledging those who are in your communities who are deaf and disabled, who may not understand or know, like I didn't realize that I couldn't come to the mic and speak. So I'm hoping that this resolution kind of brings to light that there are those who don't have the representation and feel that they're outnumbered or underrepresented, or feel like there is a barrier there. And here we have interpreters, and we're very fortunate to have access in that sense, and I'm very grateful to AFN for that. But I just acknowledging in your communities, ensuring that all of your members are also represented. So Yanko for allowing me the time.
Yeah, remember? So this means we applaud silently. Thank you very, very much, Marsha, to share with us, to take the time to share with us your perspective. It is really appreciated. We now go to microphone number 2, please. If you can state your name and your First Nation. Thank you.
Kukpi Judy Wilson, Nisquannet Indian Band. I'm from the unceded territory, the Secwepemc people from the BC region. I just wanted to say again, procedural things like I heard Cosalem say this didn't go through their committee, was one point. The other point was that as we're talking about representation, we heard from the Treaty 1s to 11, they feel not proper represented, and then we also heard from the underrepresented not feeling proper represented. And then ours is a bit different situation in BC. We have 204 bands, but only one regional chief that's expected to do all that work. So I think it's important that we have time to discuss it. Many of our caucuses haven't. I know the BC caucus hasn't had time to discuss it. For certainly, you know, we don't want to, say what another region or another nations, or if it's self-determination, because we're going to that, who is an Indigenous governing body thing, which, you know, I would prefer, you know, our inherent title. And it's same with the Treaty 1s 11, they have their international treaties in their structure. And I know we're going through that whole restructuring thing, so I don't know if this is like in the right timing, because when we were in, was it Halifax, we had an additional regional chief that we added, and we keep adding regional chiefs, and I don't know how that works with the regional chief table. To me, the power, the decision should be the proper title holders, the chiefs, and then that should be mandating the executive, and I feel bad if we think we have to stack the executive with more regional chiefs to make decisions, when it should be the proper title holders making those resolutions and mandates to direct the regional chiefs. I'm just wondering how that's all working, because it's I just got more questions, I guess, than answers. And it would have been good to have presentations from the chiefs that are proposing that to understand more. And at the BC caucus, we didn't get that time.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you very much for this. Just a quick note for the technicians behind. I think it would be a good thing if we could see who's at the microphone instead of the what's up on the screen. Just a suggestion for the people online. It would be easier for them also, I guess. Okay, so acknowledging that there is no one, no hands on Zoom, I'm going now to microphone number 1. If you can please state your name and First Nation. Thank you.
Miigwech, Josh Kwan Kutndigo, Bijou and do tem. We take in, not the Comegwaning, Anishinabeg, Donji. Wagi Tashintega Tebi Egan, and Jibisugian. Proxy, not Comegwaning, First Nation, Warren White. I want to speak to this because, I'm not against the resolution, but I was the Ogichita in the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3. And we were never ever recognized in this forum, even the Ogichita, to speak on behalf of our nation. I just want to remind everybody that for years and years, our former leaders have always represented Treaty 3 as the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3. I may sound like a broken record to some that remember those days, but there needs to be some recognition and fairness to the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3, because we were never recognized as a nation that hold treaty since 1873. And I just had to get up and remind the chiefs, the audience, that in Treaty 3, we are organized as a collective, as a nation. Nation signed treaty. And I want to remind everybody that, you know, we're speaking in a chiefs forum here. Kenin gikandan and kamiga kuma. Wetish kenin gimanen damogun ko. Kenin magi big not tamagi ad so ugichitagi shigabuan. Migange gongi nengisi. I was never recognized as the nation leader of the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3.
30 seconds left.
And Adam, I have a red tag this time, so I'll leave it there. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Chief. So we'll now, time is passing by so quickly. We're still at DR, draft resolution number 1. So what I'll do now, I'll close the speakers list after Chief at microphone number 2. So we'll hear microphone number 2. Last speaker, no one on Zoom neither, no one at the microphone number 1. So last speaker, and then I'll close the discussion period and we'll open the vote. So microphone number 2, please. If you can state your name and First Nation. Thank you.
I Tanashqualo and quick greetings to our honored guests and my dear ones. I have good feelings in my heart to see all of you. My name is Leah George Wilson, Tsleil-Waututh Nation. Today I'm proxy for Chief Harvey McLeod, Upper Nicola Indian Band. I would just like to say regarding this resolution, I wonder about the financial implications. What will it cost? And where does that come from? I'd also like to say that it would be useful if these kinds of decisions went to everybody has said before me that there hasn't been enough discussion. Well, I think the discussion should occur at the renewal committee. And if it occurs at renewal committee, we haven't even approved the terms of reference that went to the executive. And from what I understand, it's going to go to the regions. So we're not approving a terms of reference, but we're going to vote on determining whether or not we're going to add another region. We've heard a lot of discussion about perhaps changing the structure. And we had a whole commission on it. So, I mean, there's a lot of work to do, clearly, and I think that we need to start taking this one step at a time. Haitsapka, thanking all of you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so at that point, as I just mentioned, we will now close the discussion period, and we will now proceed to the vote on draft resolution number 1, entitled Executive Committee Representation Newfoundland. And I will now ask that the Zoom poll be activated. If there is someone on the phone, please advise me. Otherwise, I'm under the assumption that there is no one on the phone. And so the Zoom poll is opened. I will ask the Dennis distribution to come because I think we'll need help to count, but we'll see. First, please raise up your red lanyards. If you have two, please raise them too. Anyone oppose, please. Anyone oppose? Sorry, I have difficulty with this term. I'll get better by Friday. So oppose, how many? Someone is counting on the floor. The poll is on Zoom is working. So we'll do a full count for this. Please keep your lanyard up until such time the counting is finished, and I got the cue that it is finished, so you can lower your your lanyard. Okay, now, any abstention on the floor? Please raise your lanyard for abstention. The counting is going on. Please keep your lanyard up. We're waiting for distribution to give me the cue. I got the cue, so please lower your lanyard. We did oppose, we did abstention, and now we will do the count on the floor. For all in favor, please raise your lanyard, please. And please give time for the counting on the floor. Might take some minutes. Thank you for your patience. Bit of exercise won't do bad. Please keep your lanyard up. It's important for the counting, which is still in progress. The polling on Zoom is still open. We'll keep the same timing as the length of the poll will be the same as on the floor. But maybe you all voted, that's another thing. Okay, please keep your lanyard up still, sorry, thank you. And I'm waiting for a cue from distribution, from Dennis. Thank you for your patience. Still waiting for counting. If Dennis, you see that I don't see you, please let me know. Okay. Where's Dennis? He's still counting? Okay, they're still counting in the back. He's coming. He's not. So as you can see, I'm waiting as you to know when counting is done. When counting will be done, we'll wait for the final results that will include online and on the floor voting results. We're still in the voting period for my watch. I should take a break. My heartbeats are too fast. So we're still on the voting for draft resolution number 1, executive committee representation, Newfoundland, and as amended, because there were 2 additions on the first clause of the whereas clause, so there was an amendment. So still waiting for distribution to confirm me the counting is still in progress or if it's done. I'm still waiting, so I assume that the counting is still in progress. Never repeated the same thing as much as now. Please, Dennis or someone from your team, if you can confirm me when the voting is completed. If you're calculating the results, it would be a good thing to let me know, because I'm still under the impression that counting is in progress since I was not advised, and I was not advised of the opposite. So I see that the polling on Zoom is completed since a few minutes, so I will now close the Zoom poll, and I'm waiting for distribution to confirm results, and I will give you an idea. Because I will give you an idea what are the results. Pardon me? Standing is coming. So I'm just going to give you the results for the online part of this vote on DR1. So there are 7 votes in favor, 4 votes against, and 2 abstentions. We'll see now the final result, the complete one. And just as a reminder, I just want to remind you that the threshold is 60%. So of all registered representatives that voted in favor, we need 60% of the vote to carry the motion. So to adopt the motion, we need 60% in favor of those that voted in favor. So we're still waiting for final results. Thank you for your comprehension and for your patience. Here are the final results. There was 20 abstentions. The motion is carried. This is the end result. The other numbers are 68 total voted in favor, 38 voted, okay, I'm sorry, it's not, I'm sorry. 68 voted in favor, 20 voted against, and we have, and we have 38 abstentions. Remember, we need 60% minimum for a motion to be carried. So we have 68 divided by the total, which is 86. We don't count abstention. So we have a total of 80%. The motion is carried. We needed 60% minimum, so congratulations. Thank you very much. We will continue to deal with draft resolution related to charter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miigwech. We will move to the next resolution, which is draft resolution number 2, 2022. We'd like to get moving to the next resolution, but I will go quickly to microphone number 1. Microphone number 1, please.
I just want to say, God bless you. Thank you all. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you everyone for the opportunity, and thank you to the chiefs in the assembly who supported us. And I'm confident that other provinces that have large numbers will something be worked out eventually for those also. But we're here, we're proud to be here today, and this is a great day for the Mi'kmaq people of Newfoundland. Thank you all so much. Walaayok.
We're stronger together. Thank you, people.
Thank you. So we will now turn off microphone number 1. We will get immediately right into the next resolution. So you have on the screen, I will read the entire resolution again, including the preamble, the whereas. It's draft resolution number 2, 2022, charter amendment, corporate name change. Whereas, A, the Assembly of First Nations AFN Charter is a living document that can be amended from time to time. B, First Nations leaders believe in the importance of First Nations women and gender diverse people in our national organization and in the need to use welcoming and inclusive language that promotes harmony and equality. C, and C has just gone off the screen. I don't know if you can see it up on your screens. There it is. C reads Article 18 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. UNDRIP states Indigenous peoples have the right to participate in decision-making in matters which would affect their rights through representatives chosen by themselves in accordance with their own procedures, as well as to maintain and develop their own Indigenous decision-making institutions. D, formed in 1978, the National Indian Brotherhood, NIB, was an umbrella group for provincial and territorial organizations, PTOs, that acted as a national political body comprised of the leadership of the various PTOs, which lobbied for changes to federal and provincial policies. Next slide. E, after its creation, the NIB was not meeting the needs and interests of member First Nations, as their only access to influencing the National First Nations agenda was through their respective PTOs. The chiefs, as elected representatives of their nations, wanted a seat at the table and their voices to be heard. F, First Nation chiefs had their first assembly as the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, in Penticton, British Columbia in April 1982, where at that time the First Nations leaders established a political arm to the organization as the AFN and correspondingly retained the NIB as a corporate entity overseen by a board of directors, which was responsible for the administration of the organization. G, the new structure adopted in July 1985, gave membership and voting rights to individual First Nation chiefs rather than PTOs through their adoption of the AFN Charter. H, in 2005, an AFN report that reviewed AFN's operating structure made recommendations for the renewal of the national organization, including a name change to the corporate administrative arm of the organization. I, recommendation number 24 in the 2005 Renewal Commission report states, A, the National Indian Brotherhood applies for a corporate name change and files supplementary articles of incorporation consistent with the recommendations of this report. B, the National Indian Brotherhood be renamed the Assembly of First Nations Secretariat. Whereas, here's the body of the resolution. Whereas we're still in the preamble. J, the AFN Charter establishes the Board of Directors for the NIB Corporation, commonly known as the AFN, as being comprised of the National Chief and the Regional Chiefs. K, the NIB operates and is known as the AFN, but the official legal name remains National Indian Brotherhood. L, First Nation leaders have identified a need to align the corporate name for the administrative secretariat that serves the AFN with its commonly known name in order to better reflect the values and composition of the AFN and the communities it serves. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1 directs that the Assembly of First Nations AFN Charter and Corporate Registration be amended to remove the term National Indian Brotherhood and replace it with Assembly of First Nations. 2, directs the AFN Executive Committee in its capacity as the National Indian Brotherhood to be renamed AFN. Board of Directors to A, apply for a corporate name change of the National Indian Brotherhood to be officially named the Assembly of First Nations, Inc., and file supplementary articles of incorporation consistent with the intent of this resolution. And B, do all such acts and things, provide such instructions, and execute and deliver all such other documents and instruments as necessary or advisable to carry out the resolution's intent. 3, supports the National Indian Brotherhood Trust Fund Board of Trustees in its efforts to identify and register a name change that reflects the organization's goals, purpose, and mandates. I believe that is the resolution in its entirety. The resolution is moved by Chair Kilselem, who is here. Yes, thank you. And seconded by Chief Morris, who I believe is here. So I'm going to go to the mover. Again, you have 5 minutes if you'd like to speak to the resolution. Microphone number 1, please.
Thank you. Hello. There we go. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. As mentioned, I'm the chair of the Squamish Nation Council. I'm also, as you heard earlier, the co-chair for the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal. This resolution is intended to be a very minor update that hopefully has a lot of unanimous support. It is pretty straightforward in terms of what was read out. But also for those that were there in July, there was a lot of discussion on charter renewal and reform and the things that are needed or wanted with the organization. But there was a comment that was made at that time on the floor by one of the delegates, and I can't remember who it was, unfortunately, but they said, it's 2022, we should update the name of our organization because we need to be inclusive of our women leaders and our gender diverse leaders in our communities. And this room is full of many amazing Indigenous women who have been elected by their people, whether it's chief or councillors. And right now our organization's name doesn't reflect that inclusivity that I know we all want. So when that comment was said, there was thunderous applause given after that. And hopefully it was indicative of a broad level of support for this change. So very straightforward. Just a last little comment. The National Indian Brotherhood Trust, which is a subsidiary organization that manages investments and distributes funding to communities. It is a part of the AFN structure, but they are going through their own renaming process separate from this. And we worked with their staff on this resolution as well to incorporate language that reflected. They're also doing a name change, but it's a bit of a separate process, and they're doing kind of a branding exercise in their own consultation, but they are planning to do a name change as well. So this one just deals with the Assembly of First Nations as the corporation under the charter, and the executive committee as the board of directors for that board.
Miigwech, thank you, Chair Kilsalem. Chief Morris, the seconder. Microphone number 2, please.
Eric Morris, the chief for Tesangalki Council, also known as the Shadani. I had no further comments to add to what has been said.
Thank you. Again, I will go around, but I did see somebody approach microphone number 2, and then I'll go to 3 and back to 1. Microphone 2, please go ahead.
Quiet up. Cookby Daryl Draney, Skeetston, Schwappen. Hello to everybody here. My name is Chief Daryl Draney from Skeetston. I'm not here to oppose this. I'm totally in favor of this change. But I think that we have to remember those people that were here that day and named it the Brotherhood, and we cannot forget them. I think there should be some sort of a ceremony when we're letting that go, because I know that our people at home were part of that brotherhood. They didn't mean no disrespect or anything to anybody or nothing, but we have to remember those folks, and we should remember that in ceremony or in song.
Miigwech, thank you. Nobody on mic 3, so I'm going to go to microphone number 1. Again, if you can turn on microphone number 1 and introduce yourself.
Chief John Miracle, Mohawks the Bay of Quinte. I'm not opposed to the resolution, but I would like a little bit of clarity. The NIHB is an administrative body. Who signs the contribution agreements with the government? Is it the Assembly of First Nations or the National Indian Brotherhood? And if so, if it's the National Indian Brotherhood, is that going to create a complication with our funders? And has the AFN lawyers and accountants reviewed this resolution to make sure all of that's looked after?
Thank you. So there is a question. I'm not sure who it's directed to, but I'm going to look to Chair Kilsalem. Right here.
I can answer. The resolution did go through the resolutions committee, and the AFN Legal did review, and they actually made some slight changes based off the original language that we submitted to make it more consistent with the legal parameters that they had recommended. So those changes were incorporated. In terms of the corporation aspect, I'll try to answer it, but AFN staff might be able to provide a better answer if I don't fully capture this. So the National Indian Brotherhood is a corporation that has a board of directors, and it has its own bylaws separate from the AFN charter. The AFN charter constitutes that corporation and names the national chief as the chair of the board of directors for the National Indian Brotherhood and the regional chiefs as the board directors for the National Indian Brotherhood. So there's an executive committee, but it just so happens the way the charter is written, the executive committee is also the board of directors, but they're two separate sort of bodies in a way. And then the board of directors hires the CEO for the AFN Secretariat and receives and handles the bank accounts and operates as a legal entity through that corporation with its own bylaws that are separate from the charter. So I think that that's my understanding of the structure based off of the reading of the charter and what's been explained to us. So.
Thank you, Chair Kilsalem.
So, but on the question of who signs the agreements, that I don't know.
Thank you.
I just want, just for clarity, which corporation signs the financial agreements to receive the money?
Are you able to answer the question? Okay, so that addressed most of your questions. I'm going to go to microphone 2, and that'll, as co-chair, I'm going to ask for some technical support. Go ahead. Microphone 2, please. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Bonnie Leonard. I'm an employee of the AFN, and I can answer that question. The contracts, the contribution agreements are between Canada and the National Indian Brotherhood. And the signer for those contracts is the CEO of the corporation. I hope that answers it.
Thank you. Chief Miracle? Microphone number 1, please.
So I guess the effective date then would be the beginning of the fiscal year, April 1st, that we would go by this new name to not muddy up the existing agreements that we have with the government for the money. And so it gives them plenty of time to know about your funders, about the name change, and because right now, if you change the name and the checks keep coming to in the name of that corporation, you might have a hard time cashing them.
Thank you, Chief Miracle. I'm going to look to Chair Kilsalem, but I know I can give some legal advice as a lawyer, but I'm not here as a lawyer. Chair Kilsalem.
So the effective date would be once the incorporation documents are filed and sort of certified, but my understanding, just from my own limited experience with organizations, you can still have corporate names doing business as, et cetera. So the name change, no matter when it takes effect, wouldn't necessarily, my understanding, impact any of the agreements or the transfers. But the main thing is, if you talk to any, and I heard this last night, you talk to any of the employees for the AFN, their checks still say that it's the National Indian Brotherhood. Because even though all of our documents say Assembly of First Nations, the legal corporation is still National Indian Brotherhood for it. But I know that this, like I said, I mentioned that this went through the Resolutions Committee and was reviewed by AFN Legal, so I assume that it's been vetted and approved and recommended based off of the wording we've submitted.
Thank you, Chair Kilsalem. I think what you're talking about is a successor clause in the agreement. So, Chief Miracle, does that answer your questions? Just want to make sure. And then after that, I don't see anybody at microphone number 1. I'm going to be going to the Zoom platform. Chief Miracle.
Well, just for diligence sake, make sure you check with the funders to make sure that you've covered any concerns they have before you go ahead and do it. Don't presume that there won't be any issues. Just make sure, I'm sure you can do it, but there may have to be some timing considerations around that they might want looked after.
Thank you very much. So that's been recorded and the note is taken. So I'm going to go to the Zoom. It looks like Councillor Lori Buffalo. I just want to confirm, Councillor Buffalo, that you are in fact a proxy for
Yes,
this
I am.
assembly. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to speak to larger substantive comments around the AFN charter renewal. I agree with the comments that my colleague Regina Crowchild has already mentioned. Sorry, back to introduction. Councillor Lori Buffalo, Chief Proxy for Samson Cree Nation within Treaty Number 6 territory. I agree with the comments of my colleague Regina Crowchild that there is a need for a full review of the entire organization, not just from a point of effectiveness. But for those of us and for those of you chiefs who have been involved for quite some time, there were regional engagement sessions that were conducted back in 2018 and such. And as rights holders, we were told that we'd get the full written report of the compilation of recommendations, not just on governance, but also on representation, right down to the resolution processes, especially for those resolutions that don't make the floor. And instead, they're referred to the executive, and that's obviously passed in the rules of procedure every assembly. But I have yet to see that report, and I have yet to receive one, a written report. We regularly get just high-level updates on some of the discussions that have happened. And, you know, I think we need to get that full record of accountability on the resolutions, especially when they're referred to the executive. There is no motions or there's no record of the discussion around the motions or the resolutions from the executive and the subsequent results. And I say that because with the acknowledge that there continues to exist disunity at the executive level, and the fact that Alberta still has zero representation at the AFN executive, this doesn't truly reflect Alberta, especially Treaty Nations representation. So in the discussion around charter renewal, there were treaty concerns and a request for the legal opinion on the AFN charter renewals having a legal effect of AFN almost becoming this officially legalized representation or this official voice of the rights holders, which essentially would
Proxy Buffalo, 30 seconds.
which would render rights holders mute and restrict us to 2 assemblies a year. AFN is an advocacy body and it needs to start acting like one instead of reinforcing an error common to colonial thinking, that nations and their leaderships are all the same. AFN is a recognized corporation, it's not a rights holders. Their board of directors need to be called board of directors. And that title needs to be reflected back. There's treaty concerns, and AFN being the advocacy body doesn't have the right to determine our direction. So there's no substitute for engaging in the relationship with the rights holders who are represented. We need to be engaged directly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Proxy Buffalo. I see one more person at microphone 1. I'm just checking to see if there's anybody else on Zoom. There is not. So at that point, I will close the speakers speakers list for this agenda item. Microphone 1, if you can have microphone 1 turned on, please.
Thank you. I am proxy for Rosa River Anishinaabe First Nation. My name is Terrence Nelson. I paid $800 to be here, so I guess maybe we're in support of this. The thing that I am really concerned with and raised the concerns was that in the United States, the National Assembly is not funded by the United States government, and the difference is that they have about $36 billion in their gaming tribes. I think one of the things that we need to do is that the Assembly of First Nations needs to be independently funded. It should be funded by the First Nations so that we, in fact, as an advocacy group, dealing with the federal government, that you are, in fact, independent of the federal government. And that this is one thing that I've heard before, is that as long as we continue to be in the programs that the federal government, the immigrants continue to put us in, we're going to be ineffective in self-government. And so I'm really concerned with how our funding, our advocacy group, the AFN, is funded. So I would recommend some way of looking at this, National Chief, that somehow that AFN starts looking towards being independent financially from the federal government, that you can actually advocate with the federal government, that you can, without being in their system. I really believe that that financial independence is important. So that's why I talked about it this earlier. We are looking at taxing the immigrants in our treaty territory. I'd like to make sure that we look at a better system than just waiting on federal government. So anyway, I just raised that concern because I just started to hear it, that AFN is being financed by the federal government. What is the terms and conditions? What are you having to do in terms of the federal government to be able to be funded by them? So I guess I'm supportive of your resolution because I paid $800. I also paid $1,800 for hotel plus the flight over here. So I guess we're in support for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Proxy Nelson. So at this point, we've got some general comments, some general feedback, which has been heard. So thank you for that, and general support for the resolution. So at this point, I'm going to ask the technicians to open the poll on the Zoom voting platform. If you can please open the poll. The polls are open in the room and in the Zoom session. You can cast your vote, but in the room, those in opposition of the resolution before you. Any opposition? And because of the lights, I can't see, but it doesn't look like. No opposition. Thank you. Any abstentions? Oh, sorry, before I go. One opposition? Is that an opposition? Okay, thank you. Any abstentions? see one for sure. If we can, Dennis, get, okay, so we have a number. So we'll get the staff to do the count. How many abstentions? Okay, we're good. Thank you. So with that, all in favor, please raise lanyard. Okay, thank you. You can lower your hands. And just by observation, I am going to say that the resolution is carried. So thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to Co-Chair Weena to proceed as we move forward.
Thank you, Adam. Okay, so I acknowledge one person, one chief at the microphone number 2. So before going to the draft resolution number 3, please turn the microphone on number 2.
Okay, Regina Crowchild, Citizen Nation. I just want clarification. You said it's got to be 60% of the votes of the chiefs in assembly. Why did you not count the abstentions? Because that includes the majority or the of all the chiefs in the assembly or on Zoom. So why did you disregard it? I'm not a lawyer. I just want clarification because you can't pick and choose and tell us. You should have told us this. We're not going to count the abstentions. That's what you should have told us. But those abstentions are part of the chiefs in assembly.
Thank you, Chief Crowchild. And if I said that, what will happen? Because I do remember I mentioned this, but I will mention it again just because it's really important for everyone to understand it properly. And I'm just looking for the rule here to refer to the correct rule. Okay, where the voting? Okay, so first you mentioned 60% and then the abstention. So we'll deal with the 60% first. Rule number 52. I will read it out loud and explain it after. If at least 60% of the registered representatives in attendance that voted in favor of the motion carries. So we need 60% of chiefs and proxies that are here and that vote, not just present, but that voted in favor of the resolution to carry. So, for the counting, the total, because 60% of what, you might ask? Fair enough. So, of what? We take all in favors, all against. This sums up, we have a result here. The total is this. Yes plus no, there's a total. We take the yes, you divide it by the total, you have your percentage. And if you have 60% at least, the motion is carried. Now, what about the abstention? The abstention. The abstention. The rules deal with abstention at number 53. So we'll read it again together. Registered representatives who abstain from the vote will not be counted in calculating the necessary percentage required to carry the motion. And honestly, why is abstention not counted? Because an abstention means you're not voting, actually. You're just saying, I'll leave it to you guys. Like, it's not a vote. A vote is, you cast a vote, you cast a yes, you cast a no, or for, against. You abstain from voting. So, of course, it is not counted in the calculation of the percentage. And it is written right there. These are the rules that you approved earlier today. So I hope it clarifies the question you might have. And before going to draft resolution number 3, I would like to give the opportunity to National Draft. I was about to say, I guess I'm getting tired, to National Chief to address the floor for just a few moments. She wants to address the floor, so I will now turn the floor over to National Chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiefs. This is a moment in history, and I want to thank Kilsalem and Chief Morris for moving and seconding that motion, that resolution. I want you to give yourselves a big round of applause, Chiefs, because you have made a change that signals to women and girls everywhere and gender diverse people that the AFN has a space for them in this name change. It's very significant. Miigwech.
Thank you, National Chief. Okay. I thought I was free again, but I need to come back. Okay, so Chiefs and proxies, let's now turn your attention to draft resolution number 3. So this is, we have 4, remember, we have 4 draft resolution related to charter, but I just want to make sure, okay, because it's 10 past 5 and we have a hard break at 5:30 Eastern time. So just wanted to make sure that we have time to deal with draft resolution number 3. And this draft resolution is entitled Charter Amendment Conflict of Interest. And I will now ask for the mover and the seconder to please confirm they are present in the room. I'm just looking at my... Thanks. So microphone number 2, are you the mover and the seconder? If you can please turn on the microphone number 2 and please identify yourself. Just at the moment, no, it's not a discussion period, just identification. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Eric Morse, I'm the Chief for Technical Council of the Nashadani. Chief. Seconder.
Seconder. Thank you very much, Chief. And microphone number 1, Kelsey-Nem, are you the mover? Okay, so we all know Kelsey-Nem by now. So thank you very much. We have a mover, we have a seconder for this draft resolution number 3, Charter Amendment Conflict of Interest. And I propose just for balance, as our elder advised us wisely this morning. The balance is very important in the respect of our diversity. So I'm going to read it in French just to give a break for our French, like myself, colleagues. OK. Attendu que l'Assemblée des Premières Nations, APN, emploie de nombreuses personnes, administre de ressources considérables et est régulièrement appelée à défendre et à prendre des positions qui peuvent avoir de vastes répercussions sur les Premières Nations et leurs membres dans tout le Canada. B. Pour être efficace dans l'accomplissement de ses mandats, l'APN doit fonctionner avec intégrité et doit avoir la confiance des Premières Nations, de leurs dirigeants, des autres gouvernements et du public. Next. Attendu que C. Les Premières Nations en Assemblée ont demandé et s'attendent à ce que les activités, la gouvernance et la défense des intérêts de l'APN et de son secrétariat soient menées avec intégrité et dans le meilleur intérêt des membres des Premières Nations du Canada. Attendu que D. On peut raisonnablement s'attendre à ce que les conflits d'intérêts réels ou perçus de la part des dirigeants, des gestionnaires et des membres du personnel qui prennent des décisions au nom de l'APN nuisent à l'intégrité de l'APN, des Premières Nations et des autres gouvernements, à la confiance du public dans l'APN et à la capacité de l'APN de remplir ses mandats au nom des Premières Nations. Next, please. La partie de la décision de la résolution maintenant. Pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations en Assemblée, 1. Demandent qu'une nouvelle section soit insérée comme suit après l'article 26 sous la section « Fonctions » de la Charte de l'APN. Conflit d'intérêts, article 27. 1. Tous les membres des organes principaux de l'APN ayant un conflit d'intérêts direct ou une apparence de conflit d'intérêts doivent adhérer à l'article 27 de la présente charte. Next, thank you. 2. Les conflits d'intérêts sont ou peuvent être A. Définis comme des situations dans lesquelles des considérations personnelles, commerciales ou financières peuvent affecter ou sembler affecter l'objectivité, le jugement ou la capacité d'une personne membre d'un organe principal à agir dans le meilleur intérêt de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations. B. De nature réelle, potentielle ou perçue. Next. I. Un conflit d'intérêts réel survient lorsqu'une personne, membre d'un organe principal, a un intérêt privé ou personnel, par exemple, un lien familial étroit ou un intérêt financier. 2, ou petit ii, un conflit d'intérêts potentiel peut survenir lorsqu'une personne membre d'un organe principal a un intérêt privé ou personnel tel qu'un engagement futur déterminé. Petit iii, 3. Un conflit d'intérêts perçu ou apparemment peut survenir lorsqu'une personne raisonnable et bien informée a la conviction qu'une personne membre d'un organe principal est placée en conflit d'intérêts, même s'il n'y a pas de conflit d'intérêts réel. La divulgation complète, en tant que telle, n'élimine pas un conflit d'intérêts. 3. On est toujours à la partie décision de la proposition de résolution numéro 3. Donc, numéro 3, les conflits d'intérêts doivent être déclarés dès que possible à l'organe concerné et la personne concernée doit se récuser des délibérations et des décisions sur ce sujet. 4. Lorsqu'un conflit d'intérêts est soulevé par une personne membre des organes principaux de l'APN, l'APN peut choisir de faire appel à un conseiller juridique pour obtenir des conseils en ce qui concerne le conflit d'intérêts afin de préserver l'intégrité du processus applicable. Chaque organe principal de l'APN peut choisir d'aborder et de résoudre la question par des moyens déterminés par cet organe afin de préserver l'intégrité du processus. Next, please. Maybe there's no next. Okay. This draft resolution number 3, entitled Charter Amendment Conflict of Interest, has been moved, seconded, read, and entered into the record. And I will now give the opportunity to the mover to speak up to this draft resolution, and you have a maximum of 5 minutes. So microphone number 1, please. Chair Kelsonem, to you.
Thank you. Thank you to leadership here today for this resolution. As mentioned earlier in my presentation on the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal, we have been exploring and looking at a number of proposals that we would like to bring to the chiefs and proxies and leadership. However, what we determined was that there were some resolutions that we felt we could bring forward for this assembly to get them out of the way, and then come back at a later time with a more substantive sort of topics and considerations. We heard some wonderful suggestions earlier on other topics that just wanting folks to know that are part of the plan for our committee to look at and to consult and engage on, and the reports that have been requested and been done will be brought forward as well. So this is intended to be a more minor update to the charter, but if the question was also asked to us on why is this being added to the charter, is this more of a policy question? The language that was used in this resolution is taken directly from policies that the Executive Committee has implemented around conflict of interest. It was further refined with some additional language by the legal technicians that are involved as well. But the main principle or rationale for this resolution is to put in clear guidelines around conflict of interest and the appearance of conflict of interest within our organization, and to put it at that highest level to express both its importance to our organization, but also to have it fully implemented within the organization so that we can move towards implementing many different best practices around good governance. And conflict of interest is an important topic that comes up within deliberations, especially when anyone is acting on behalf of another and a fiduciary responsibility. So there are times where, say, for example, the Executive Committee or the National Chief or even members of some of the different groups, they could be in a situation where they could be either in a direct conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest. When involved in a direct conflict of interest that has the risk of undermining the integrity of the process. So, a good example within my community is once in a while we'll have a matter or a topic that comes before my council, and it will involve a family within the community, for example. Say it's involving a house or a lot or some sort of property. And we might have council members or myself that are related to that individual. So under our conflict of interest policies, we are to remove ourselves from that deliberation, and we remove ourselves from being directly involved in it, both because if we were to be involved in it, we could be using our family connection to try and influence the outcome. And our responsibility as elected leaders is to think of the best interests of the whole community, not just our immediate family or our friends or our business partners, things like that. So we've developed policies that require us to remove ourselves from those deliberations. That way, the community, when they look at that decision, they can say, wait, that person's related to a council member. Were they involved? And we can say, no, they weren't. They removed themselves. They weren't involved. And we were able to uphold the integrity of whatever decision comes out of that. So in the same way, there are times where conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest might come up. And this is intended to provide that guidance from us as the chiefs and proxies and delegates who give that mandate to the organization. And then to put it into the charter so that it takes that paramount fundamental principle level of importance for us all. And I would say that this is an attempt to bring forward, I would say, a very straightforward amendment that hopefully can be supported to help bring some of that clarity that doesn't necessarily exist across the board yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seconder, microphone number 2, please.
I wanted to
3 minutes.
give you thanks just to Cal Salem for his explanation. It essentially is to be able to operate with the confidence of you as nations and be able to act on your best interests in protecting what needs to be protected. So essentially that's what we're working towards doing as well. Chief.
Thank you very much. Any other, I heard the friendly advice to the chairs, but the discussion period is still on. So is there a need for any further discussion? This is a friendly advice. Thank you very much, and I heard it the first time. So, no one on the line. The period of discussion is now closed. We now open the vote. And I will now ask, please, to open the poll on Zoom. And I will now ask the floor, so proxies and chiefs and proxies, please, we are in the period of voting now, so the discussion period is closed. I'll come back after. This is the voting. The voting is going on now on Zoom. So, okay, thank you. Okay, so I will please. I'm sorry, you need to be recognized by the chair before speaking, and we are in the process of voting. I'm very sorry, and I heard many times that we were instructed to really follow the rules, so I'm binded by the rules. And we're voting, but it's going to be a pleasure to come back to you after. So, anyone oppose, so against draft resolution number 3. So please raise your lanyard up, your red lanyard, if anyone oppose. So please, I need someone to confirm me that I don't see any opposition in the room. We're good, thank you. Anyone here that abstain? Any abstention in the room? A verbal abstention. Thank you for this. Okay, now, and I will now, it is for obvious reason, I will now declare that the draft resolution number 3, Charter Amendment, Conflict of Interest, is carried by consensus. Thank you very much. And just for transparency purposes, I will give you the count. Sorry, you're right. It's not consensus. It's by majority. So the draft resolution, nothing changed. The status, the draft resolution number 3 is carried. Congratulations. Just want to note that there is one opposition on the Zoom. So there is one opposition and one abstention on the online, and there was 8 votes for or in favor of draft resolution. So thank you very, very much. And as I promised you, I will come back to you. So microphone number 1, if you can please turn microphone number 1 on. If you can please state, just a second, please. If you can please state your name and your First Nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Pewis. I'm from Shawniga First Nation. I was simply looking for some clarity. Article D of the resolution we just approved reads, leaders, managers, and staff engaged in decision-making on behalf of the AFN can reasonably be expected to undermine the integrity of the AFN. That's what it says.